friends. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Just checking to make sure that everything is going. Hi, guys. Let's see. Come on, little YouTube. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yes. Well, I think we're there. I think. What I'm looking at doesn't look like it's going yet, but I think I'm there. So, hello, everyone. Hello. Hi, guys. Happy Saturday. Just checking out the chat because today I can see the chat. Yay. Love it when that happens. So let's see. Karen from, oh gosh, that sounds like the coolest name of a town. Nacogdoches. I know I totally butchered that. So Karen, interesting. Is that Southern Texas by any chance? I probably won't see a response, but I was born all the way at the bottom of Texas, in a little town called Kingsville, because there's a naval base there, and that's where my dad was. So, good morning, everyone. I saw we have someone from Brussels. Welcome. And somebody, let's see, Amy, first time live. Amy, I recognize your name, so I think you've been around before, but first time live. That's so awesome. Hello from upstate New York. Hi, Amy Soto, not Soho. Mother Goose Librarian, love it. Hi, Joanne. Karen, oh, Eastern. Okay. Look, I saw it. Karen, Eastern. Okay. Hi, Linda from the Netherlands. Mindy, good morning. Hi, Kelly. Lisa, Kari. Kari in Connecticut. Debbie from Boise. I love Boise. Hi, Debbie. Okay, friends. Hi, Val and Jillian from Minnesota. Oh, now you're quizzing me on my 2-digit state codes. Michelle. Okay, friends. So, just curious, how many of you were with me last Saturday at the beginning and thought, oh my gosh, what a train wreck, right? So I'm happy to say the train has completely left the station. So we'll just chalk that up to, not having done it for a couple of weeks and not being entirely prepared, even though anyhow, it was a blank show, if you know what I mean. Camera fell, I had a bloody nose. I mean, the whole thing was just crazy and I couldn't find my iPad. So good news is I've located my iPad. I'm all ready and organized and we're all ready and good to go. So, hi Ruth from the UK, Surrey. Robin, hi Robin from Southern California. The crash, yes, Mandy, I know that was crazy. The whole camera crashed and the whole thing, like it was a train wreck. And Nick was like, "What in the world is wrong with you? Talk about a train wreck." Yes, and then Vicky and I chatted. Oh my gosh, on FaceTime for like 2 hours after, and just we were killing ourselves with what a train wreck it was. And you know what? That's just the way it is, friends. Sometimes things happen and it's all good, right? That's how you know things aren't rehearsed, because if they were rehearsed, then that wouldn't happen, right? Okay, anyhow, Donna from Springfield, good morning. I'm just sipping on coffee a little bit. Hi, Elise. Oh, Terry, you got snow. Oh, that's good. Bridget from Denmark. Okay, friends, so lots of friendly faces here, names that I recognize, and we probably have some newbies as well. So let's talk about the newbies first of all. If you are new, welcome. My name is Lael Kankar, and this is what we get together and do on Saturdays when I'm not traveling. We chat for a little bit. There is a live chat that takes place in YouTube, so on the screen. If you are new, love it if you just pop in and say hi in the chat. Even if you're shy, even if you're a lurker, just pop in and say hi. If you want to share where you're from, lots of people like to do that. I would love to see that too. I do my best to, let's not even kid. I can't keep up with the chat because when I'm talking like this, then I can't see over here like this. So, hi, Susie. Okay, I saw something and I'm going to remember because this is really important. But I want to keep going for a second. Anyhow, yes, the chat. So chat is a wonderful place to just check in, say hi. There are quite a few people that are getting to know each other that way. We even have some people that have like met in person, which I love. I think that's the coolest thing ever. We all have something in common, and these days it could be a lot of things. These days it could be we're all looking for something to take our mind off of everything that's going on still after 2 years. Some of you are going through some hardships. One of us, you guys, Colleen, and you guys would recognize Colleen's name, Colleen Battersby. She has been here a long time. I always think of her as like my mom because she's always reminds me Have you plugged in your phone? Did you remember to turn off the notifications and all of that? Her husband passed away last Saturday. So, Colleen, just know that our thoughts are with you. Just, you are so special. And just know that there are a lot of people out there that care about you. And yes, we're just thinking of you. So, that is for Colleen. And I couldn't tell. I saw someone mention, oh yeah, so I'm not sure if Colleen is here today. But Colleen, if you are, it's always so lovely to have you here. So thank you. And you mean a lot to me. All right. Little transition there. So if you are new, that's kind of the rundown. I will send out an email, usually the day before or 2 days before, with the listing topics. So when we get together, we do creative listing, and I play with lots of products, and we talk about things, and we laugh, and sometimes I make mistakes, and then we talk about what I did and how we could fix that. And it's just kind of a playtime. It's a playtime for me. I know some of you list with us, some of you work on completely different crafting projects, and others of you just like the chat and the camaraderie, and you're working or cleaning or whatever it is. So that's if you are new. If you are a seasoned Saturday Squirrel Squad person, welcome. Welcome again. Love to have you here. You guys know I love to have you here. And some of you are in and out. Some of you are diehards and here every Saturday. And whether you are new, whether you are a diehard and you're here with me all the time, or whether you make it when you can and sometimes watch the replay, thank you. Speaking of the replay, those of you that don't watch live or can't watch live or watch part live and part in person, there is a replay. You can always catch the replay. And I think, I don't know if you can, I think you can jump in late because people jump in late, but the replay is always here on my YouTube channel. A couple more things and then we'll jump in and start listing. Oh, yes, as I work, I use lots of different products. In a lot of cases, I'm using products that I carry on my website at lailbymail.com. I link to those in the description of the video. I use other people's products. Today, I'll be using some of Kerri Bradford's stamps. I love Kerri stamps. I also am using some of my stamps today. But I will also reference those and link to those when I can in the description of the video as well. So if you're wondering where I got something, that's a good place to start. And that also goes for the tools I use and also kind of the organizational tools and products I use, because I get a lot of questions about those. So there's a lot of links in the description of the video, but lots of information there. So I'm very proud of myself, I have to say, because I finished designing a project one day earlier than I planned, and instructions are done, and we actually started shipping today. Mailman is going to hate me today. So that is this, you guys, the year in review kit. So I know that quite a few of you purchased this, and it is done. It is started shipping today, like I said. And I'll show you that in a sec, but no shipping on Monday because it's Martin Luther King Day here in the US. So it'll probably take us a good portion of next week to get those kits out. And we will plan on, sorry, distracted by neighbors outside. We will plan on the class for that, the live class, the first week after, the first week in February. But it is all done. And oh, I had lots of fun. Lots of fun, lots of fun, lots of fun. Well, you can't, it's, for some reason, it's liking to stay in the blank pages. I'll show you my favorite spread and then we'll go on. This one, that one is my favorite spread because look at all the fun colors and we do lots of stamping. Anyhow, you guys, these sold out. Well, they were close to selling out. So I contacted who I needed to contact in order to order more products. So I brought more in. And I think we're going to see it happen again. So I will probably do another order just because this is a popular one. And that's the year in review Traveler's Notebook Kit. Okay, let's talk about winners, giveaway winners. And let me just check chat real quick. Yes, Carolyn, in case I missed it, yes, they actually started shipping today. And then no shipping Sunday or Monday because, and it's not because I won't be getting product ready or, kits ready and packages ready. It's just Postal Service doesn't work on Sundays. Well, I shouldn't say that. They don't do pickups on Sundays, and then Monday's a holiday. So resume again on Tuesday, and probably Tuesday through Thursday or Friday. We'll just have to see. Because some of you just ordered the kit, and those are easy. Some of you ordered lots of things to go with it, and those are a little bit more involved when it comes to picking and packing an order. Okay, Terry. Terry asked a question. Talk about the new collections coming from Simple Stories, which ones I'll be using. So Simple Stories announced 4 or 5, I think, new collections that will take us February through April. I will carry all of them on my website, and I will be using so I'll be doing some project kits, and then in listing, I'll be using all of them. The baby, I won't be doing a project kit with. I love it, but baby is really, really, really themed and specific. So I generally try to stay away from things like that just because it takes me a long time to sell through kits that way. And then there's a birthday that's called Celebrate. And that one, I'll use some in our listing, but I won't have a kit with that. So hopefully, Terry, that helps. I will, all of them are ordered. Everything's ordered. Classes are planned right now all the way through April. So classes and kits. But as we get closer to that product coming in, I'll talk about that a little bit more. Let's see. Oh, yes, Crafty. Yes, Terry, I'll be doing a mini book kit with the Crafty collection, and then also we'll be using that in our listing as well. Let's see. Okay. So, winners. That's where I was, right? Let's talk winners. Winners. So I did 3 giveaways last week, and the giveaways were for my brand new stamp sets. So these are my brand new stamp sets. If you missed those, you want to be sure to check them out. You guys like them from what I can tell. So that's fun. So last week I said I was going to draw three winners, and the way that I do giveaways, and I do giveaways every Saturday that we do, and I just ask you to leave me a comment, not in the chat, but on the video itself. So good idea just to make a note for yourself. Hello, dear.
Hello.
What are you doing?
Just gonna go to the store. Just
You're gonna
say hi to everybody.
Okay. All right. Nick's going to the store. Yay! We can eat. Anyhow, thank you, honey. He's the best. He's so good. I'm very lucky, and I realize that. Yes, Jessie, the new Simple Story Summer line. Yep, that is that I will be using for my summer mini book. That's kind of tradition. I do theirs every year for my summer book. Okay. Yes, you guys know I get sidetracked. In our world, we call that squirrel. So I squirrel a lot. And then I love the chat, but then it's really easy for me to squirrel when I see things in the chat. All right, the 3 giveaways. Oh yes, we were talking about how to enter a giveaway. I always do a giveaway every week, and I just ask you to leave a comment. So comment on the video after the fact, not on the chat, because chat goes too fast. It's too hard for me to go back and then pick randomly through there. And I also like to make sure that everyone can participate, even if you weren't able to watch live. So we'll talk about giveaway for this week in a second, then I'll explain more about how you enter. So this morning I went in and I drew 3 random comments from last week's video. And when I say random, literally I scroll and close my eyes, and where my finger stops, that's who I pick. So we have 3. The first one is the library card. This one I'm going to use today. So we'll do something fun with this guy today. But the library card stamp, this was won by Cindy Moss. So I always will reply to the comment, and that's how you know you won, in case you can't be here live. So Cindy, congratulations on the library card stamp. The next one is the week in review stamp. So days of the week, and you have solid version and an outline version, and those go to Gail Leeg, L-E-E-G. And that was one name, that was her YouTube name. So congratulations, Gail and Cindy. The third one, this one is the year in review set. And the year in review set, this is the one that is included in the 2022 year in review Traveler's Notebook Kit. And that one goes to Nancy Stone. So congratulations, Nancy. You guys all have emails from me. I replied to your comments, so you know what to do. All right, friends. So let's, real quick, we will talk about this week's giveaway, and then we will get going. So Someone I've known for a really long time. Her name is Jackie Brennan, and I emailed her this morning because I am a really bad person. She sent me some happy mail. I don't even know when it was. I think it was over the holidays, probably sometime in December. And I don't get my business mail at my house. I get that at the post office. So I'd gone to the post office, and then, just long story short, I opened her package and I thought, oh my gosh, this is so nice. How lovely. Everyone will be so excited for this. And then promptly set it off to the side and forgot until this morning. And I came across it and I'm like, oh my gosh. So I emailed Jackie, apologizing profusely, but she had made me this really pretty little card. And then there were some products in this envelope. And she said, oh my gosh. So I had bought multiples of a few things, and I definitely can't use the multiples of those things. So if you would like to share with our friends on Saturday and do a giveaway, then that would be awesome. So that's what today's giveaway is. She sent actually 2 different types of things. So this will be giveaway for this week, and then I'll mix in the next one in the next couple of weeks. But these were all extras that she had. So today's giveaway will be this little bundle of goodness from Vicky's Color Study collection. So it is 2 ephemera packs and then the sticker book. All right. So what I'll have you guys do for this week's giveaway is I'll have you leave a comment on the video when the video is over, anytime between now and next Saturday morning, which would be the 22nd, because I draw Saturday mornings. Let's see. One of our lists today is things that you learned last year or things that you learned in 2021. So let's do for this week's giveaway. Leave a comment on the video telling me one of the things that you learned in 2021. It could be something big, life-changing. It could be something small, like you learned how to make homemade pasta, whatever it is. And then next Saturday, I'll draw a winner. Okay, are we ready? Let me check the chat real quick here. I know, color study. Yes. Well, we all know, we love all things that Vicky does. My friend Vicky Booten. And the Fernwood, there was supply chain issues, right? Just continue. That's been holding me off from designing and posting the Fernwood mini book kit that I have had planned for months and months and months. But I think next week I'll probably have a sneak peek of that one and another one. The Maggie Holmes Market Square one. So I should have that last bit of that product I needed, hopefully early next week. Oh yes, and she also has a new collection, Sugar Rush, and Sugar Rush I'll carry as well. Okay, friends, so let's do this. Let's go ahead and rotate the camera, and I will plug in, and I think we'll be ready to go. No, Celia, the orders are, so I must assume you're talking about Celia asked a question if she missed any information about why the orders are running late. Actually, the 2022 year in review kits are not running late. They were not scheduled to ship until mid-January, and they started shipping today. The stamps, they weren't running late. It's just the production of the stamps was taking a while, and that was planned all the way from back in December. So not running late. And Colleen, I love you. Thank you. Yes, as soon as I rotate, I will plug in. And let's go ahead and do that. All right, guys, here we go. Yes, supply chain issues. And Karen is, well, I'm doing this right on track. Yes, now we're seeing it in the grocery stores, right? We're seeing it in the grocery stores as well. And what's interesting, it's not necessarily, at least here in the US, it's not necessarily food shortages. Now it's worker shortages because people are sick, and it is trucking shortages, and it just goes on and on and on. So we just be patient, and everyone try to stay healthy, and hopefully at some point we will be out of this situation that we are in, right? Okay. All right, we are plugging in. Kerri said, do you do mini books for teen boys if I miss them? Kerri, I do not, even though I totally get the need because I'm a mom of boys who were teenagers at one point. It's just not a lot of manufacturers manufacture product for teen boys. The reason they don't and I know this because I've been in the industry forever and a day and worked for a number of different manufacturers. The reason they don't sell well at all. But the other thing is that's a super, super, super themey type of project, and it's harder for me to create things like that just because obviously the market for it, my customers, the market for it is a lot smaller than, you know, some things that are a little bit more generic. Yes, Karen, people want to be paid with their work, a living wage, right? Okay. And Susie, I'm excited that you are here for the live too. There's so many people that I know are around, but I never see them because if I don't see you in the chat, I don't know you're here. So, although you guys are good about saying hi in the comments. All right, let's have another sip of, hi, Leslie. Let's have another sip of coffee. Because, you know, a little caffeine is good and more caffeine is even better. All righty. Okay. I cheated. I had one more sip. All right. So, usually after I flip the camera, we take a look at the lists that we did the prior week. So last week we did 3 lists. Generally we do 3 lists. The first one we did, things I did well last year. We've been listing together now for about a year and a half. And I did the exact same list last year with the same title, things I did well last year. And I think this is a really good list, whether you were listing with us or not, whether you were writing this down on paper or whether you were thinking this in your brain. It's always a good idea, especially this time of year, because this time of year we can be kind of hard on ourselves when it comes to looking at New Year's resolutions and things that we want to do better or differently. So I think it's good to start with something like this. Just sit down and start thinking about things that you did well. And it's okay to document them. That's what I did. So that was our first list, things I did well last year. Always good to give yourself a pat on the back before you start looking forward to, oh my gosh, okay, what do I need to change if you do resolutions? All right, next one was about last year. So this was kind of the culmination of all of our about last month lists that we had done January through December. And if you are not familiar with that whole kind of about last month concept, basically what we do there is the start of a new month, we reflect on the prior month. So this was December, about last month for December. And I pick 5 photos and then I make a list of just things that happened during the month. They could be things that happened to me, someone it might not happened. Shouldn't say happened to because that makes it sound maybe a negative connotation. Just things that happened, things that you did, things that you experienced, maybe things that were happening in the news, what have you. But so we do this list every month. At the end of the year, we wrap all that up with one that is about last year. Because we are doing this every month, it makes it really easy to do the recap for the year. Because all I need to do in order to do the recap for the year is go back and look at each month and pull a couple things out from each month. And I'm like, oh yeah, that was kind of a big thing. And then it's super easy for me to put together my year. So this for me, Lael, this is my way of really memory keeping and documenting because it's easy, it's quick. Every month until we do January for 2022 because I've completely changed my format in what I'm doing. Still the same concept, but I've changed the format. It's super easy to sit down and do every month because I always know it's always going to have my title up here with the same type of letter stickers. It's always going to have 5 photos and it's, it just makes it easy. So that was our second list about last year. And I did finish this up this morning because last week I got it all designed and decorated, except I didn't make my list. The other thing that I did, those of you that were with me last week, I had stamped 2021 with one of Kerri Bradford's outline stamps. So I had stamped it and then it was just super plain. It needed some color, right? The reason I did not stamp with a solid stamp, preferably, I would have rather stamped with a solid stamp and then I could have just stamped those colors. The reason I didn't do that, when you're stamping, and I talk about this a lot when I'm stamping in my Traveler's Notebooks on Saturdays, those of you that did the 2022 year in review Traveler's Notebook kit, we'll be doing a lot of stamping, but we'll be talking a lot about tips, tricks, and techniques for successful stamping. I even put a handout in the kit about that. anyhow, the reason I didn't stamp a solid color right here was because I need to be aware of what's on the back side. If I had stamped a solid color here, then I would have that color like ghosting through. Bleeding may not quite be the right word because the paper that I use in my inserts, it's pretty thick, but we would definitely see colored ghosting here, and then it would kind of affect what I did here. So instead, I took colored pencils and I just pulled out some of the colors that were in the embellishments that I used and just colored in those stamped numbers. So I kind of got the same effect, but then it was a little bit fun because then I had that outline from the original black stamp. Alrighty. So, hi, beloved art, Tiffany. Okay. Terry, that washi is part of the good stuff. Part of good stuff washi. Last week, we swatched it. So those are all of the washies in that good stuff washi. You guys can see this was all the stuff I was doing as I was designing that 2022 year in review kit. So you'll see lots of different stamping as I was kind of playing in my little playbook with my stamps. All right, so third list. Oh, this was the first list or whatever list it was. We also last week did our about last month for December. All right, so you guys, I think we are ready for to get started. Nancy, thank you for answering that. I think Kimberly must have asked if she could add something to an order, and I'll mention that real quick. Lots of times, especially now, many of you have orders that are in process or haven't been shipped yet because it's that 2022 year in review kit. So if you ever want to add to an order, all you need to do is email me. As long as you haven't received that shipping confirmation email, that means your order hasn't been packed or shipped yet, and we can add to your order on the back end and then send you an invoice. All right. So our first list that we're going to do for today is trends in 2021. So 2021 trends. We're going to use a couple of different things. We're going to start out with good stuff again. I am in love with the good stuff collection, and I talked about last week how when I first saw it on the catalog and on Simple Stories website, I'm like, meh, I don't really know. But as I got it and then opened it, I'm like, oh my gosh, I love it. So I'll be using actually good stuff for two of my list today. Julia. Yes, Julia. Julia has added on to her order twice. But you know what? You guys, it's easier for me that way if you just email and say, hey, can I add to my order? As opposed to you placing a second order and then I have to, there's no way to merge them. So then I have to do it all manually and then credit your shipping on the second one. So I can do that. It's just, yeah. Anyhow. All right. So first one is 2021 trends. And I also did this list for 2020. And there are, if you've been with me for a while, you'll see that there are certain lists that I repeat. So for example, our About Last Month lists get repeated every week. But every year there are certain lists that I will repeat, like my About Last Year, 2120, or the trends for the prior year, things that you did well, because they're just good ones to kind of recap a year. So 2021 trends. This was a really fun one to do for 2020 because there were some really bizarre trends that came out because of the pandemic. And we still have some of those kind of happening in 2021. So I have the good stuff pad here, and I am going to do a double layer. So I'm going to use, and I don't know what yet, I'm going to use a piece of pattern paper, and then I'll use another piece of pattern paper on top of it, and then I will build on top of that. I know that I want to use this one because I'm going to do some stamping. This will be a great kind of super neutral background for me to stamp on. But I had pulled this one, I know, I love that one. I love the little peaches. I don't know, I love this stripe too. The only problem, here's the thing. I love a stripe. Stripe is probably, if you said, Lael, what's your favorite pattern? I would say a stripe, even though it's not really a pattern. I love a stripe like this. The only problem for me with a stripe like this that might prevent me from using it in a spread like this, or not a spread, a list like this, is that I love having the cross section of all of the different colors in that stripe. The only thing is then when I put something on top of it, I get that nice stripe up at the top and I get it at the bottom, but here I just get one long strip. So if I was designing the paper, this is how I would want it, just based on what I would use it for. I would want it to be this way, because then I have all of that nice rainbow running down there along the side. I know, Terry, it does have my favorite shade of yellow. I love yellow. All right, so what I need to think about just a little bit is, even though these are going to be two separate lists, they are going to face each other. So I'm going to do 2021 trends here. And then over here, I want to do things I want to forget about 2021. Things that, good riddance, right? Over. So I need to think a little bit about, oh, I'm okay. I won't use any other pattern paper over here. I just had to look at my little workbook. So I won't use any other pattern paper over here. So now I can go back to whatever I'm looking at. So I don't know. It's either that one. I love that stripe. Let's see if we use that. Actually, you know what? So if I rotate this, then I might like it better. And I'll show you what I mean. If I rotate this and then I pay attention to how I cut this paper, I would like this paper to be just a small, well, not small, but it's just going to serve as a background for me. So I'll be covering up most of it. What I was not liking was, and this is a really pretty color, right? That kind of really pale blue. It's a really pretty color. The only thing is that when I put this right there, then that's just all of that pale blue there. And that doesn't really work for me. So, okay, hold on. I'm just looking at a question. Terry said, since so many of us are starting a new book for this year, will you show the blank the blank insert I use? So, let me grab a blank one. Right here. I use one of the Carpe Diem. It's just a blank. Well, it's not really blank. I use the lined ones because I do a lot of my listing just directly on the insert itself. So I use the lined one. I carry all the Carpe Diem inserts on my website. So this comes in a pack of 2. One of the inserts is a dot grid and one of the inserts is a lined. Celia, please show what you do for the first page. That is one of the biggest questions that I always hear. And right now, I don't really do anything for the first page. This is a problem for a lot of us, right? Because I know a lot of you like to have 2-page spreads. So you don't necessarily put anything here. I am working on a stamp set that will be perfect for the first page of your traveler's notebook. So I don't have an ETA on it yet. I'm just kind of starting the whole brainstorming process for that. So right now, usually blank. Some people will put the date there. So when I say the date, this one starts in, oh, Leo, look at that. This is why we always date our lists, because look at what's happening. I didn't date this one. I didn't date this one. I dated this one. So this one starts in November, and it right now will run, obviously, it'll probably run us into maybe even in the beginning of February. So some people would come in on that first page and just kind of decorate the page and then maybe put the date range. Debbie said she puts a quote about keeping a journal. That is a great thing to do as well. Carolyn puts a book plate with date and year, usually as a title page. Love that. You guys always have really, really, really great suggestions for that. So I love it. Joanne said, do you start a new traveler's notebook for a new year? So Joanne, in terms of our listing like this that we do, I do not. I just keep on going. Because if and I know different people do different things, but if I started a new one, basically, I would stop right here about last month, or I might do, about last year. It just depends. But then I would have lots of extra pages. So I just keep going. They just keep running on into each other. But different people do different things. Jane says she generally creates a decorative page with a month on it. So some of you will use an entire traveler's notebook up in 1 month. And if that's the case, then this could say January, and then it would have everything for January in there. Some of you keep a separate traveler's notebook like this for your about last month lists. So what I mean there, this was the year in review kit for last year. And some of you were doing your entire kind of about last month in one insert. Okay. Kelly brought up a great suggestion. I love that. Kelly said, for those that create a page one, so for those of you that are putting something here right now, can you please share on the Facebook group? So there's a Lail by Mail Facebook group. There is a page and there's a group. So you guys can share things in the group, and the group is private. You just need to request to be added to the group. So go to Facebook and search for Lail by Mail and you will see that. But that's a great idea. And I love for you guys to share what you're working on in there, because you guys always get to see what I'm working on, but I don't get to see what you're working on. And other people don't get to see what you're working on. So that's really helpful. All right. I know we have tons more questions. I'm going to keep going. We've talked about this. A couple of you brought this up, kind of mid 2021, of doing some kind of Zoom or something where it's just a full blown Q&A where we just talk about lots of different things. And then one of the questions that came up from Deborah was, how do you store all your traveler's notebooks? So that someone would ask that question. I'd say, oh, this is how I store them. And I'd pull them out and everybody could see. So, I'll try to make that happen sooner than later. For sure. Okay. So back to our list. I think I'm still going to go with this one. What I was saying before, I don't like that strip right there. So if I just trim this to where I'm okay with the color that's on the side, then I'm good. So I'll go from this side to this side as I trim. Let me grab this smaller one. Grab a smaller trimmer. And my inserts, the size that I use, they are called standard wide. So they are 8.25 tall by 5 inches wide. Usually if I'm putting a piece of pattern paper on here, I'm using a 6x8 pad. So it is 8 inches long. If I were to adhere that here, that gives me a little bit of a white border all the way around. So I will trim this. Instead of 5 inches, I will trim it to 4.75 or 4 3/4. And that gives me that same 1/2 inch now all of the way around. Like so. And I need to grab my corner rounder because I forgot to grab that out. Bear with me a sec while I grab that. All right. And the inserts that I use, the Carpe Diem inserts, have rounded corners. So I like to generally round the 2 outside corners, whatever it is that I am adding. So this will go here. Now, I'm going to be doing some stamping. Terry, I do. Terry asked if I still have my assistant, and I do. She works for me part-time, usually about 3 hours a week. So yes, she's awesome. She's the one who's kitting all of the year in review Traveler's Notebook kits. Okay, so it does all the cutting and all that stuff. All right. Carolee from Pasadena, hi. Okay, so what I was saying, because I'm going to be doing some stamping on here, rather than adhering this right now in my Traveler's Notebook, I'm going to opt to work on this list off the page. So I'm going to work on it outside of my Traveler's Notebook. And then once I get that done, I will go ahead and adhere the entire list to my insert. The reason I do that, as I'm getting deeper and deeper and deeper into an insert, I have lots of stuff that's been going on underneath it. Sometimes there's a lot of bumps based on just different product that I've been adding, over the year. in here. So it just, if I do work off the page, it just gives me a little bit more of a flat surface to work on, and then more specifically to stamp on. All right, so this guy is going to, I said I was going to double layer. So I am going to, let's see where we want that. Ooh. I need to be thinking for a second because I can't get this too narrow because of what I'm going to do right here. That'll make sense in a second. So let's measure. I need a good 4 inches. So I better come back over here. I need to have a good 4 inches. So let's go here and just get a little pencil out. And that's where we want to go. And about that's where we want to go. Move that out of the way. Sounds like Paula decided to use a new book for 2022. And you know what? Yep, do just whatever works for you, right? Whatever works for you. If you want to start a new book, then start a new book. You do you. If you want to just keep on going and roll into the next one, then just keep on rolling. No right or wrong, right? No right or wrong. You do you, as I like to say. Alrighty. Oh, my garbage is across the room. Said, when you stamp, use craft foam on your surface, put your paper on top, it gives you a stamp image. Yes, Cheryl. In fact, if I am earlier in my insert, I will use one of a couple tools. And those are partially across the room because I've been working on that Year Trevor's Notebook kit. And this, again, those of you that bought that kit, we'll be talking a lot about stamping and go over all of these things. The piece of craft foam, and this one is from Stampin' Up, and this is Susie from the group Cubido sent this to me. But this is, you can use craft foam from the dollar store for sure. A lot of times when we're working in a traveler's notebook, you might hear the term a pencil board. That's what this is. This someone made for me and sent it. This is a pencil board. Basically, the idea behind using anything like this would be you are creating a flat surface either to write on or to stamp on. So what Cheryl was saying in terms of using craft foam or something like that, you do get a sharper image. So we'll play with that when we do this. All right, so this will go here. A couple of you asked about my retractable eraser a couple, or maybe last week. So I brought some retractable erasers into the store. They're a little bit different than that, but still same concept. All right, so that will go there. Let's go ahead and adhere that. Ooh, isn't that pretty too? Tape runner. Here we go. Hi, Tammy. Happy Saturday to you as well. I know, Nancy, isn't that nice? Oh gosh, you know what I should do? I should get better about things like that because I don't recall who made that and sent it to me. Really what I should do is I should write next time something like that, write, down here along the bottom who gave it to me. Because yes, it's a beautiful homemade pencil board. Lori said, is it okay to do a couple of months in the same insert? Absolutely, Lori, that's what I do. That is what I do. You can do whatever you want, but this one started in the fall and went through December, and now I'm into January. So I just kind of keep going until an insert's full, and then I move to the next one. All right, so now we'll get out my Sharpie because what would a layout list be without an outline, right? I just do a little outline. And we'll see when we're done if we outline the outside too, if we outline that rainbow part. Okay, so there's the base for my list. Now, what I thought I would do, I saw something on Instagram this week that sparked a thought. And I love it when that happens. I love to get inspired by things that we see, right? And it may be that you see somebody use a color combination and you're like, oh my gosh, I love that. Yay, Nancy, thank you. Okay, I have to take a break. Nancy Golison said the pencil board was from me. Thank you, Nancy. And I'm going to write that now. Nancy, I used this so much this past week when I was working on that year in review kit. So thank you, and I'm so glad you were here, and I'm so glad that you said that. Okay. Alrighty. So I saw something, and someone I think was it. I think my friend Rachel, maybe Rachel, was working. I'm looking out the window, just like trying to think. She had done something, I think, in her planner. Maybe she was memory keeping in a planner. And she had created this little pocket. And the little pocket was plastic. And it was see-through. And I thought, oh my gosh, well, I could totally make that kind of concept work using a see-through pocket in my traveler's notebook. And a see-through pocket would be a great place to hold my list in one of the library card stamps. So that's my thought here. We create pockets, I don't know, every so often. Let's see if we have one in here. But usually when I'm creating a pocket, I'm doing one of two things. This is a pocket, and you'll see it's a pocket because something can fit in there, right? So that is a pocket that I made out of pattern paper. Sometimes I will use a library card pocket for my pockets. And that's kind of what prompted this whole kind of me to come up with that library card stamp. So we've done lists where we're using a library card pocket and then also a library card. The problem was I loved that idea. I loved kind of journaling or making my list on here. The only problem was, well, it says author and title and date due, and there's this vertical line that gets in the way, and borrower's name, which is great for library books, but not so great if you're trying to journal or make a list. That is how this guy was born, right? Same idea, but you don't have all the things up there, and you don't have the vertical line bisecting there. So rather today than using that kind of combination with the plain pocket, we're going to use a clear pocket. Now, I haven't messed with this yet. I haven't tried it, so there may be a little bit of a learning process here. I am using a product of Simple Stories. They're called photo flips. And these are kind of originally designed for use with pocket pages in a scrapbook. So if you see here, that it would be a pocket page. Those are different pockets that have things in them. And then a photo flip, you adhere to the top of the pocket page. And it is a pocket, so you could put something in that pocket like a photo, and then it flips up, all right? So they're really a pocket, right? These are a pocket that have a little adhesive up at the top. And these I carry on my website. There are 3 sizes. This is a variety pack, 3 sizes. There's 4x4, 4x6, and 3x4. And these, I figured, well, these could work really well for our pocket, all right? So that one is a 4x4. There's a 4x6. And then this is a 3x4. So 3x4 is too small. Actually, the 3x4 is not quite the width that we need it to be, even though it looks like it would be. Oh, actually, maybe. Let's look at this. Oh, I love it. Okay. This is 3 inches wide by 4 inches tall. What they mean by that is it will fit a card that is 3 inches wide by 4 inches tall. Doesn't mean that the width of the photo flip is that wide. It's actually wider. So this one is about 3.5 because it has to account for the seam. So I thought I'd be using the 4x4, but the 3x4 is perfect. So let's put those guys, all those back. And those are photo flips. I use these in a couple of different ways. I'll use them in my mini books on pocket pages like that. They're also fun to do, to make a waterfall with. So we looked at a waterfall a couple of weeks ago when we did one of our lists, and a waterfall. So this is a waterfall where I have 3 3x4 cards, and they are waterfalled on top of each other. And all I did here was I just took washi and adhered washi to the top and the bottom. Well, to the top and, well, it is the bottom. You could do the same thing with your photo flips, right? So I could just take my photo flips and do the same thing. Which if I was doing photos, I would probably do it in a photo flip, so I wasn't adhering washi to the top. All right, so this will go here, and pocket on the front. So I won't be using a card like this. I'll be stamping my card, but just so we can see, My card will go in there. This will go here. And this way my list can be here, but I will be able to pull this out and then continue my list on the back side, as opposed to just adhering that right there, which I could, but then I only, have half of it filled out. This is self-adhesive. So that comes off and then that will adhere. Now, if I do that, it could theoretically flip up, but I don't want it to flip up. So I'll probably just put a little bit more adhesive right there. Now, before I adhere this, I need to first come in and I want to stamp my title. I need to make sure that I know where my title goes before I come in and adhere this. I'm also going to stamp my title. I pulled out some of my, oh boy, what a mess. I pulled out some of my instead of pulling out all, not all, but a lot of my Kerri Bradford stamps. I pulled out a set that I'd like to use for my title. And this one is called Thin XL. So lowercase sans serif, meaning it doesn't have like the little, little legs or whatever. I don't know what they're called that come off it. Mariana said she loves the photo flips. She uses them in their Hobonichi to insert photos. And you're actually using it in today's project. Perfect, perfect. Yes, Nancy, nice to be able to use both sides of the library card. So really, you could actually do two things if you wanted. If you do a pocket like this that lets you pull it out. But the other thing that you could do is you could, even if you're not doing a waterfall, let me show you. We could, let me get my little book here. We could just even take a library card like this and take some washi and do almost the first part of a waterfall. Well, you really could even, if you had a lot to write or if you had a long list, you could do this. You could waterfall your cards or waterfall your stamped cards like this. So, and now you're getting a little quick class on how I do the waterfalls. We will be doing a waterfall in the, about last year, the 2020, no, about last month, sorry. So there, little washi there, and then use it like that. So that would be another way that I could use just one. Actually, you need to, when you're doing that, you want to make sure that you have your washi partially on whatever it is that you are adhering, in this case, our library card, and then you want it partially on whatever you're adhering it to. So in this case, my little composition notebook here. And I made that really raw, but there we go. So I could just have one card here, right? I could just have one card and then it could flip up like that using that same technique. But I want to play with this fun see-through effect. Okay, so let's go ahead and get our stamp ready. I'm going to put this under here now so that I don't forget that I do want to stamp like that. All right, where are my stamping blocks? Someone asked earlier if I still had my assistant, my little part-time employee. And this is funny. Like this morning, that was Nick. Oh, these, okay, you guys, lots of stamping was happening this week. So these are all dirty. And Nick was helping me this morning, just making sure I had all my ducks in a row. And I'm like, hey, will you pull all the stamps that are still loaded on here and put them away for me and do this so I can use them? He's like, okay. They're just really messy because I didn't clean them. So, oh, and there's an errant blonde hair in the way. All right. My list, this one is trends, right? So I would like to stamp the word trends. Da, da, da. This stamp set, or the blocks that I'm using, they are from Fiskars and this set I have on my website. This is definitely, okay, I have to think about this. I'm spatially challenged, friends, so I have to just double check. All right, I'm good that way. Yeah, okay. It's hard for me to do backwards because basically when you're loading up your stamping block, you're backwards, right? What was I just saying? Oh, yes. This is in the year in review. I know I keep talking about this. It's just because it's just going out the door. There are some supplies that you guys, and it's in the supply list that's part of your kit, and it'll go out in the email that I send out probably tomorrow for the class. You'd want to, sooner than later, as soon as you get your kit, look at the supply list because there are some things that you need to make sure to have. All right. There we go. trends. So how is everybody this week? How is everyone? Hopefully everyone's staying healthy, right? Hopefully staying healthy. It is a scary time again out there. I tell you what. Oh my gosh, here in Utah, boy, I don't know how it is in your state, but I think, and nobody has a clue. I think our government, any government, is like, what? They don't know what the heck's going on. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. This is just an example. And Val, I know you're in northern Utah, so I don't know if you saw this, but some of the schools in northern Utah, well, no, Utah, have something called test and stay, like some weird kind of test and stay program for the kids, that if you test, if you get a test and you're positive, you can stay at school. Okay. Don't really understand that. So they sent out some, the school districts or a couple of the principals or something sent out letters saying that if you test, you can stay. If you test positive, you can stay. And then the superintendent's like, holy cow, what? No, we can't say that. We don't want kids to test positive and come to school the next day. Yeah, so they kind of retracted that very quickly. But oh gosh, the information, misinformation, it's just craziness. All right, we won't talk about that anymore because that's not fun talk. That is not fun talk. Okay, I need my, yes, Teresa, I'm embracing my inner hermit. So that's very, sorry guys, I'm walking across the room for a minute because I have to find my, oh there it is, black stamping block. Yes, it's not easy. I mean, it's not difficult for me to embrace my inner hermit just because I work all the time. So it's like, well, here I am working again in the house. It's all good. Okay. Oh, Leanne gets to watch live today because, do you have it, Leanne? I hope not. Valerie, yes, your grandson has to test. So does everyone? I didn't quite understand that. I probably didn't, I wasn't paying enough attention to what they were talking about. So, yeah, I only caught part of it. So, ooh, before we do anything, let's make sure. So look what, I am a little bit wide, but that's okay. That's just what I'm going to have there. So, before I kind of got ready to stamp, I needed to make sure that I wasn't going to be too wide, and I'm pushing it a little bit, but it's fine. Then what I do, I always, and this is my just kind of mess around book, right? I always will test stamp first. Hi, Barbara. Always good to have you. Always good to have anyone. I test stamp first because I'm trying to check for a couple of different things. Number one, I want to prime the stamp. So if there were any of these letters I hadn't used before, which there were because they were completely clear, I want to test stamp. I want to prime the stamp first. And priming is important because you need to get your stamps ready to stamp. Sometimes if you stamp, you may notice that you kind of have splotchy results. So I have a little bit of splotch like there in the S, just a little bit of splotch. You can see more of that happening. Like here's a really good example, kind of right here. On the one that says this happened, if that was the first time that I had stamped, it's a little bit splotchy just because it hadn't been primed. So I always will stamp first. Priming is good. The other thing is to make sure, in this case, that you've spelled whatever it is you want to stamp correctly. I can see that it's spelled correctly. But also, if I test stamp first, I can make sure that everything is lined up. So it's pretty well lined up. And using a stamping block that has grid or lines on it, that helps to make sure your things are lined up. So I'm good there. I know once I stamp, put my ink on again, that I will be fine in terms of hang on, I'm looking for a wipe, a baby wipe. Where? Well, this one is here, but it is dried out. So I just want to clean that off. See how I had black on, my, my block. So I want to clean that off. And then before I do anything, I want to make sure that I don't have any black ink anywhere on my fingers. because if I have black ink on my fingers, as soon as I start working on this, I'm going to get black fingerprints. All right, so now let's ink this up again. And when I ink my stamps, there's kind of, well, in my head, there's two ways to ink stamps. You can apply the ink to the stamp or apply the stamp to the ink. So when I say apply the ink to the stamp, I mean, here's my ink, I'm applying it to my stamp versus applying the stamp to the ink. If I apply the stamp to the ink, the chances of me getting errant ink on my stamping block are a lot higher than if I am applying my ink to the stamp. All right, so I'm applying my ink to the stamp, and that's why I do that. Sometimes you'll see me start the other way where I'll be like this. I'm like, oh yeah, wait, and I will turn it over because I prefer that way. You have a little bit more control, and it's a little bit easier to keep things clean that way. All right, so we should be good to go there. Get that there, and then I'm just using a piece of foam. Oh, all right. So before I stamp, I need to come in again with this just to make sure that I leave myself plenty of room, right? So if I go right about, I think we better go up here a little bit. Now I should have done this before, so I probably have to come in and re-ink again, friends, because I want to make sure I have a nice solid coverage on my stamp. So I should have done this before so I know how far that sticks out. That will tell me where I need to stamp here. So really, my mark is right here. If I stamp right there, then that's my bottom line. I should have plenty of room. All right, that's okay. We'll just re-ink again. It's probably fine, but I would just rather re-ink. In my stamping, like a really, really, really solid impression. I don't like to see through. I don't like to see whatever it is underneath. So some of you have asked, this VersaFine Claire, it is on its way back. Hopefully I should have it again, probably Wednesday because of Martin Luther King Day. So I'm going to say probably Wednesday. If you are ever looking for something on my website and it shows sold out, your best bet is there is always a button on my website below that product that says email me when available. If you do that, all of that's automatic. So as soon as I add inventory back in, it automatically sends you an email because you said, send me an email, and then you give it your email. So that's always the best way to know when something comes back in. Susie Rourke, if you're here. Okay. Hi, Scrappy Lorisa. You're actually in your crafty space. Wonderful. All right, there we go. So nice, solid impression. The only thing that happened, let's talk about this. Set that off to the side. The only thing that happened is I was stamping a little bit over. Yes, Terry, I agree. It is juicy. That's not a technical term. That's what I call pigment ink. Pigment ink pads to me are juicy, which means you get a nice, really good, solid coverage. Distress oxides. You see me use distress oxides a lot on Saturdays when we're listing. Also a pigment ink. Juicy. Gives you a really opaque coverage in your stamping. One thing about pigment ink, they take a little bit to dry. So what I wouldn't want to do as soon as I stamp this was rub my hand across that because it would probably smear. But what had happened is my S went off of that first layer onto the second layer. So I have a little bit of a gap, and that's okay because what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come in with my little Sharpie here and I will bridge the gap. Kind of like mind the gap, right? When you're in, well, I just know it when I'm in London and you're on the subway or that, whatever they call it there. Mind the gap. That is the gap between the train and the platform. You want to make sure you remember that that's there. You don't want to get caught in it. There we go. So now you never knew that happened. I think I will wait I'm going to let this dry a little bit more before I go in and erase my pencil mark because it might still be a little bit, just a little bit smeary. All right. So now I can come in with, well, where did it go? My clear. Oh, Oh, there we go. Okay. With my photo flip. Ooh, all right. So one thing I see right off the bat, even though all right, I see where it is. Look at, see how my thumb's black? Ink, fingerprints on my ink. So I should always look before I stamp and then also always look after I stamp. Because I don't want fingerprints, black fingerprints. Now, luckily, this is just on that photo flip. It's not on the paper. And you know what? If it gets on your paper, it is what it is, right? All right. It's dirty. All right. Back to this. So I am going to peel off that little self-adhesive strip. And this will go right there. And then I'm going to stamp. Oh, Lael, please tell me I didn't do what I think I did. No, okay. You guys know what I thought I did? I'm okay. Because those photo flips, there is the adhesives on one side and the pocket is on the other side. I thought that I did it the wrong way, but it wouldn't let me do it that way. All right. So now I need to stamp my card that's going in there. And I need to decide what I want to stamp on. I probably want to, when I say what I want to stamp on, what I mean by that is I'm going to stamp with that library card stamp. I'm going to stamp with that. So do I want to stamp on white or do I want to stamp on something that might be patterned but still neutral? So let's look and see what we have from the pad from Good Stuff. So, because it has lines, and that's part of it, I know we like our lines to be able to write on. Because it has lines, I mean, I theoretically, if I wanted, could do that, right? That could be my library card, which if we stamp on pattern paper, that just opens up a whole new world as opposed to something like this. Now, I do carry these on my website because I know some of you are like, I don't want to mess with stamping and I just want to have that. But this opens up a whole new world. And I think I kind of like that. I think I might use that orange and then I can just do kind of my listing on there and add a couple stickers and it'll be fun. All right, so I'll add the rest of my title there in a minute. Let's get out, oh, that's good too. Let's get out this guy. Sorry, I was trying to think, this is a brand new one. I was trying to think if I had used, yeah, Lauren, I know exactly what Lauren was saying. Her comment said place for another sticker. Exactly. If you get a fingerprint, a black fingerprint, or an ink fingerprint, that's okay, just a place for another sticker. I think here I am going to use, sorry, I need to do 2021. So I have stickers in here that I could use. This is good. We're still on Good Stuff. I could use these. So let's see what these look like. These are from, this is the sticker book. Actually, we should start with the one and go backwards because I would want this to be right here. Sure, why not? Let's just do it. 2021. Lots of twos. That's good, right? Lots of twos. Now, if I wanted, I could just say 21 trends, but I think I'll do 2021. Kim, what's on the back of the orange? The peaches. So while I'm doing this, the Simple Story 6x8 pads. There are 24 sheets, 2 each of 12 different designs, and everything is double-sided. So sometimes, I know what you're thinking, Kim. I know exactly what you're thinking. All right. Let's go through that thought process. I think the reason that Kim was asking that question is whatever's on the back now is part of what I have on the back if I want to write on that, right? So that may make it a little bit harder to write on. I'll stamp on both sides, but that may make it a little bit harder to write on. But what I think I could do, sometimes whatever's on the back side just doesn't work at all. I'll show you what we could do to fix that. All right, so we added our 2021. Let's go ahead and I have to, in the sake of time, I'm going to grab another stamping block. This is the problem. No, that one's too small. It's still loaded with stamps. Oh, here it is. Let's see if this one works. So I'm not pulling all those stamps off the stamping block right now. Here's another stamping block. Yes, at the beginning I mentioned that some of you have actually met in person. Mindy Hall and Kim Pope. Mindy moved to Oklahoma, and Kim lived in Oklahoma. I know Oklahoma's a big place. They happen to be only about an hour away from each other. So they did meet up. They have met up a couple times in real life, which I think is so cool. All right. Boy, that has given me a weird, I don't know what the word is. Okay, so let's test stamp this. Now, I haven't used this stamp before. This is, yeah, no, that was my original, or my test. Never mind. I haven't used this stamp before, so I for sure need to stamp it before I stamp on my pattern paper. I need to prime it. Nick must already be back from the grocery store. I just heard the garbage disposal. Okie dokies. I think we are nice and primed. Let's go ahead and stamp that and see what we get. Mindy, you guys, oh, so fun. Good for you. Mariana, when the print is too dark to write on, I take a pastel paint and lightly paint a space. Ooh, I love that. And lightly paint a space to write on with a Sharpie. Oh, that's fun. So Linda, I think what he's doing, Linda said, is he making lunch? Is Nick making lunch? So he's probably making lunch, but also probably what he's doing. I think he is Nick's the chef in our house. Lael is not. I do not cook. I am not a good cook. Never learned. Really don't like it. And Nick loves it. So that works out well. I think he is making like a yummy turkey chili for us to have for the week. And then also a butternut squash soup, which is like my favorite. Those of you that are doing Gina Livy with me again, those are both good for the program. Okay, there we go. Now, when I am stamping this, I might as well turn it this way on my paper pad, or my paper from the pad, because I could get plenty. Oh, careful. I can, oh, let's get our thing out again. Let's get our thing out again to stamp on. Let's do this, and we'll do this. Right about here. So as I'm stamping, and this would be a good thing that if you have a stamp like this that you use often, or clip stamps, same thing. If you want to be crafty, but you're not really having any mojo, and you're like, oh my gosh, I want to be crafty, but I don't know what to do. Get out your stamps and just do a bunch of stamping so you have things ready when you're ready to work on it later. So if I wanted, I could keep making more of these. All right, so let me get my trimmer out. Put that off to the side for a sec. Where is it? Carolyn, you're still figuring out food prep. Yes, and that's why it's so nice that week 1 is prep week, because when we did it the first round, really that's all I did was during prep week, was really, was really just get a handle on, okay, how does this work? What do we need from the grocery store and things like that. All right, lots of fruit, lots of veggies, healthy fats, protein. All right, and fruit and nuts. All righty, so there is my stamp. Now I'm leaving a little bit of pattern around the outside. Let me make sure though that it will still fit in there. Yeah, I'm good. will still fit. Okay, so now the back side. There's a couple things I could do. I could go ahead and still stamp on the back side. I might be like, it's the back, I don't really care. Or I could stamp again on this and adhere all the way to the back. Or I could make it a little bit smaller, but not much, right? Not much. Or I could just take a piece of white cardstock and stamp on the back. What I recommend is you cut out first before you stamp on the back, because if you try to stamp on the back before you cut, you don't know exactly where your edges need to be. So that's what I'm going to do. And we'll see how straight we can make it this way. We will see. Yep, Carolyn, if it has, as long as you haven't shipped, I mean, as long as you haven't received the shipping confirmation email, you can just email me. Yes, Carolyn, you could absolutely put white on there. Because I have made this pretty narrow, and what I mean by that, when I say pretty narrow, because I've made it pretty narrow here, right? I don't have a lot of room for white paper. If I wanted to be able to use the back and also have room for white and also have a little bit of that pattern outlined on the back or the pattern around it, I could have cut further out so my card was bigger. But in this case, I couldn't do that because then it wouldn't fit in my pocket. All right, I'm going to turn it this way. And I don't know. Let's see. There we go. Looks pretty good. Hi, Julie. Nancy, does oxide ink work well over pattern papers? Yes. Depends on, obviously, the color. If I was doing something on a pattern paper, I'd probably use black. And that is, I mean, this isn't oxide, but it's a pigment, so it would be similar. The properties would be similar. This is the thing. That's when I just play around, right? Play around with it. And you know what? I was a little bit off the edge, but that's okay. It's the backside. I mean, it's a little busy, but that's all right. It's the backside. All right, let's get this out of the way because I don't want to get anything on that. Again, before I start working, I need to have, was that from me? Oh, it is. That is from me. So, note to self, next time I do something like that, I probably want to have, if I'm trying to stamp on a really small piece and my stamp is about the size, I probably want to put maybe a piece of scratch paper there or something before I stamp. Now, I'm done stamping for a bit at least, so I need to come back in with a wipe and check my hands, right? I don't want my little fingerprints everywhere. Oh, it is so dry, friends. It is so dry in Utah, and I am not good about keeping lotion and things on my hands, so yikes. All right, let's have some water real quick. Speaking of, let's take a quick break. Let's take a hydration break, friends. So everyone, if you have a drink, have some water, have some coffee, have whatever your drink of choice is, and we're gonna have a hydration break. Nancy. Lauren just answered your question as well. She said, yes, it's opaque. Translucent means it's kind of see-through. Opaque means it's pretty solid. Experiment. Yes, experiment. Test. All right. So here we go. My trends for 2021. So I will be making my list here, but we need some decoration up here. It's kind of plain, right? So that's where we will look at our sticker book, our handy dandy sticker book. I know, I saw it. So good stuff. Probably not good stuff because the trends might be good. They might not, right? Now what could be kind of fun? If I wanted a little bit more pattern up here, and I don't need to put a title there, right? Because I already have my title here. That could be a great spot for a title if I didn't have another title. But I could add a little tiny bit of pattern up here if I wanted additional coordinating pattern by maybe using like that. That's a really fun pattern. So if I just took this, let's just look. Oopsie. If I took this strip and we added this like right up here, then I could put another sticker. Yeah, I like that. But I need to find what other sticker might go up there then. Let's look for another sticker. Oh, it got really quiet in here all of a sudden. Cranberry water. Ooh, I like that. Sandy, it is, Sandy asked, is the Gina program hard to follow? Nope. Nope. The back should, oh, so Lori, let's talk about what Lori said really quick. Lori said the back should be stamped in the opposite direction of the front, which you want to pay attention to if you are doing, I'm going to put this hanging right up here. Hopefully that's not in our way. Let's see. It's hanging off of my phone, my sticker. Well, it's just going to hang there for a minute. So let's talk about what Lori brought up here really quick. So the way I'm using the photo flip, my intent is to pull it out, read the list, and then turn it over and read the list. I think what Lori's talking about is if you were doing a waterfall here, right? If you're doing a waterfall like this, you would for sure want to change the orientation of the stamp so that when it flipped up, if I was doing that here, it's great here, but then it flips up and it's all upside down. So just kind of keep in mind before you start on how you'll be using whatever it is. Anytime that you're flipping up, even if it's with pattern paper that has a direction to it, you need to make sure you're thinking about how you are adhering that if you're flipping up. So in this case, if I was flipping up, yep, I would have kind of created a little issue there because now it's upside down unless I put something right there and then I just get over it and figure it out. All right, so we know we like that little pattern, but I need something to go up top with it. So let's look. TTD. So those are pretty, and that would be lots of flower with flowers. So that could go there. And then we could have one of those little flowers. So let's just see what that might look like. All right, we'll keep going. And then we'll come back to the flowers maybe. I'd like to see what other icons are in here. Good times. Well, maybe, maybe not. Yes, nope, maybe. Those could definitely pertain to trends, right? Not all trends are good. Some might be good. So these are fun, right? These are really fun. I could maybe use something like that. Noteworthy, fabulous. And yeah, yay, the whole story. Oh yeah, could work. But then if I do that, that's a lot of that same thing, and then also a lot of text. So I think we need to break it up a little bit with something. We could use a little circle. I think what we're finding, unless we have a little icon that we liked here, I think we're going to go back to that flower sheet. And we'll use a flower off of there. All right, so this I am going to rip almost like it's washi, right? So I want this to kind of have the look of washi, and I can like emulate the look of washi by just ripping it. Now, if I wanted to have the same thing on the back side, instead of cutting it, I could just wrap that around, but I won't do that because I don't like the way that looks on the back side. Okay, oh, scissors across the room. Oh, friends, this is a long list today, but we're talking about lots of things. So, I mean, yeah, we're talking about a lot of things today. Stamping and techniques and waterfalls, and so it is what it is. It's good. It is good. Put that right back down. All right, let's figure out now which of those flowers we're going to use. Now the flowers will have to come down here a little bit because I don't want them really to go up there. So I need something that's a little bit smaller. So what about this one? Gently peel that off. I don't know. I don't really love that. I think that's just a little bit too much. So let's go for another one. What if, kind of like this one, just with the little green things. Lori said, I like the yes, no, maybe. I don't like the gray trend in home. All right, we're just going to do this one. I like this. So here's something I need to be aware of. The way that I'm adhering this, let's see if we can pop that down just a little bit more. The way that I'm adhering this, my sticker is off the page a little bit, off my card. So it's sticky there, right? Now it's just a little bit of sticky. So really what I can probably do is just pat that on my jeans a couple times. I'll put that on my jeans a couple times and now it's not sticky anymore. And I can do that because it's so small. It's just a little tiny piece of sticker. If I had more sticker that was bleeding off, then I would use something different. I would either come in with something like, oh, let's say this, which I just totally drew a blank on what this is called. Anyhow, it's a little powder in here and you can brush it on, whatever it is, and it takes the stick off. I just totally lost my mind. Or you could use baby powder or cornstarch or something like that. Don't use regular flour. Regular flour is too dense, but something that's really fine like baby powder or cornstarch would be good. And that would just be to get the sticky off. And I'm not worried about it there because there's just a little piece. But that's kind of a way that you can make your stickers work when they're sticking up above things. All right, let's go ahead and erase this now. Okay. All righty. So now we're ready for our list. 2021 trends. Golly, that took us a while, didn't it? But that's what this is all about. It's playing, it's trying things, it's experimenting, and then it's learning. So there we go. I know before I start, and I want to do this because I want to make sure that I have room at the bottom. I would like to do some kind of word strip sticker at the bottom in white, and that will help draw our eye from the white there, the white here, the white all the way to the bottom. So it'll just help us kind of move our way down the page. Now the sticker book does have some word strip stickers that are white, but let's see. So much fun. Remember this, a great time moving along. So this happened. So that's actually like the perfect one, right? So this happened. So we could put, so this happened right there along the bottom because that's perfect. Now what I want to do is grab my tweezers because it's a lot easier for me to get that straight. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to just trim off this extra dead space on both ends. We don't need that extra dead space. Trim that off. And then grab the tweezers again, and my tweezers are helping me I can more easily get in there and figure out where it needs to go. All right, now we're ready for our list. Now we're ready. Powder tool. It's called a powder tool. I think that's what the name of it is. I carry those too, but I think it's called a powder tool. I call it like a de-stickifier. Oh, all right. I need to do some cleanup here really quick, friends. See, I don't know if you guys can see that, but you see that I have some things happening on my work surface here. So, I wish I had my wipes that were wet, not the dried out ones. Actually, that one's a little bit better. So I'm just taking a wipe. Wipes are super handy to have in your craft room, okay? Or in your trunk of your car. I don't know, wherever you're crafting. But it's just a good thing to have handy because you want to make sure that your work surface isn't all yucky, right? Because if your work surface is yucky, whatever you're putting on your work surface is going to pick up that yuckiness. But then also, again, hands. Hands. We need to have no black ink on our fingers. Unless you're trying to make a thumbprint art. Which you can totally do. All right, now we're good. Okay, we're ready for our list. An hour and a half in, and we are ready for our list. Yes, tons of wipes. Wipes, you can buy them at the dollar store. It doesn't matter. You're not putting them on a baby's bum, so it doesn't really matter what kind they are. All right, so our trends. Something like this. If you are doing a list like this, you might have a whole bunch of things right off of the top of your head that you're like, oh yeah, I know exactly what the trends were from 2021. Others might be like, I have no clue. I was about half and half. I came up with some right off the bat. And then last night, Nick and I were playing gin and I was having wine. Nick's not having any alcohol in the month of January. He's doing dry January, but not me. So then he's like, as we're playing, so what are your lists for tomorrow? And then we kind of started talking. So then he came up with one or two trends. After that, I was totally, I couldn't think of any. I totally was drawing a blank. So that's when I go to Google. If you are doing a list and you're like, I have no idea. Obviously we share things here. So as I'm going, I'll be writing things. And this is also when I ask you guys, what are some of the things that would be on your list on 2021 trends? What do you think? I see that Valerie just said fun masks. Yes. People started getting a little bit more creative with masks in 2021. So I'm going to start my list and we'll move that. So let's go ahead and start. So on my list, one of the trends was a hashtag free Britney. That was in relation to Britney Spears, and there was a whole rally. When I say rally, I mean like a whole movement of people supporting her getting rid of her conservatorship with her father and her being free. So hashtag free Britney, that was a big trend in 2021. Another trend is was, I never watched it, but Squid Games. So that was Squid Games on Netflix. And that was apparently a huge trend. Next up, we have, and this is kind of, I don't know, I've done this for years, but it really seemed to gain a lot of popularity. I'd say maybe tail end of 2020 and then definitely into 2021. A charcuterie. Or a charcuterie. Vicky calls it, no, because there's some funny meme or something on TikTok about charcuterie, and a lady calls it charcuterie because I don't think she knows what it's called. Charcuterie, that's basically your, whether it's a board or it's a plastic container, I was going to say bin, I don't know, but has like your meats and your cheeses and your fruit and bread and things like that. Let's see. 2021 was a train wreck. I know, right? It's a continual train wreck. And now there definitely were some things that were 2020 trends that were also 2021 trends. So I'm going to pull something out real quick. I think it's here. Let's see. Yes. Okay. This was a list from last year. 2020 trends. So, press-on nails, loungewear, baking bread, Zoom, hot cocoa bums, Tiger King, Baby Yoda, hoarding toilet paper, virtual happy hours. So it's kind of fun to go year to year and be like, oh my gosh, how fun. Those are different trends. Now we have some unusual ones the last couple of years because of the pandemic, but okay. Araceli Colliers, I don't know how to say your name, said, I wonder what that notebook is that you use to plan your pages on. Anyone can tell me, please. So this is a workbook that I created for myself back in October of last year. And I will have a version of this on my website because so many of you have asked about it. So it will be before the end of January. It's coming. So there's a lot of things in it, and when I have it available, I will do a video that goes with it on my website, just so it really explains what it is. That is a long and short in a nutshell. Oh, there we go, Kylie. Okay, Kylie cleared me up on that. See, I just get to some things late. She said she knows how to say, but that is their whole TikTok. Her saying things how she wants. I love that. Okay, that's fun. Okay. Araceli. I love how you phonetically type that for me. Thank you. That's really helpful. Phonetic is important. Okay. So charcuterie. This is another one. It's very interesting. Another trend we're calling billionaire space travel. Right? I mean, yeah, that was a trend. Granted, it was a trend of two, but still was a trend. Jeff Bezos and, oh my heavens, Elon Musk, right? Jackie, have you been here all along? when I showed everyone your card and told how horrible person I was because I totally forgot to email you after the wonderful things. Yeah. Billionaire space travel. What is driver's license? Oh, like, so there was a song called Driver's License Song. That was a big trend, especially with the young folk. The young folk. Here's another one. The Yellowstone series. Who's watched that? We haven't watched it yet. We will. It's on our list of things. Oh, we just started watching a new one last night. What is it called? Oh, White Lotus. Ooh. Oh, Richard Branson. Thank you, Mandy. Yes, yes. Yes. So when I say billionaire space travel, I meant the people, the men that were funding it, which, yes, Richard Branson. Did he go? I can't remember if he's put anything up yet or if he's working on it. I can't. And it's just something that I see on the Today Show and you're like, wow, that's just a lot of money spent by those men on doing things that are interesting. No, Karen, doesn't matter on trendy. Let me tell you, there were a whole bunch of things that when I Googled 2021 trends, that I'm like, I have no clue what that is. Like there were all kinds of fashion trends and I'm like, yep, no clue. Don't even know what that is. I think I saw somebody mention this. Yep, Cindy, and on my list over here, Bernie Sanders mittens. Yes, from the inauguration, his mittens. Wasn't that so funny? Bernie Sanders mittens. And I'm not putting an apostrophe on there because I'm not saying the trend was his mittens, possessive. I'm saying that Bernie Sanders mittens. Like that was kind of what I'm calling like the brand of mittens would be Bernie Sanders. Anyhow, hi Lulu girl, New Zealand, Australia, one of those. Susan said, I found this meme about charcuterie because a generation raised on Lunchables is trying to be cool. I know, isn't that funny? So funny. Hi Erica. Social influencers, yes. You guys are coming up with some really good ones. People quitting their jobs, yes, right? That was a big trend. Definitely, I'm going to add that one. People quitting their jobs. So that now kind of leads me to like there's a big trend in restaurants having to be like partially open for the same reason. This was the only, and I didn't even think of this when I was thinking about trends, but this morning I was on Instagram and I saw somebody talking about a shacket. I'm like, oh, that's a perfect trend. A shacket, which is a mix between a shirt and a jacket. A shacket. So I don't know if that's something, but I didn't think of it. But as soon as I saw somebody say shacket, I'm like, oh, yes, mandates, right? Mandates. Definitely. That was a trend that's circling back again. I know, even more Zoom calls. I know, right? So I think what I'm going to do on the back, I have an idea. What if I do this? And I won't make this fancy. I'm just going to say like continued 2020 trends, right? So these are things that are still continuing. So we have masks, we have work from home. I'm going to say shortages. What else do we have? Oh, yes, more Zoom calls. Another one that was a big one that not started, but I think got more popular in 2020, pickleball, which has continued into 2021. Oh my gosh, Celia. Angry people on airplanes. Yes. Yes. Angry people on airplanes. All right. So we could keep on going. Oh, I know. Somebody said air fryer. Yes, I know that was big in 2020 and continued. Oh, here's another one. Tiger King, because Tiger King is coming back, or it is back. I think there's a new one, right? Okay. So there we go. That will be, and I can do one more here. How do we say? A couple of you have brought it up. And Leanne, so Leanne, you are, I'm assuming not US, maybe. So let me know where you're from, Leanne. Leanne said vaccination passports. And so here, I shouldn't say in the US as a whole, because I don't think there's anywhere in the US that has a vaccination passport. But here in the US, we have, I'm going to write down Peloton. Here in the US, in some places you have to show proof of vaccination to get in. Maybe I'll just call it proof of vaccination. I'll just say that. Proof of vaccination. Okay. Ontario. Okay, Saskatchewan. There we go. Yes. Ontario. Karen. Oh, the Karens, right? All right. So here we go. Proof of vax. There we go. That would have done it too. All right, friends. So let's grab, where in the world? Oh, here we go. Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Where in the world? Oh, where's Waldo? All right, so here we go. There is the 2021 trends list. Now, probably what I will do, I will just pull this out one more time, and I'm going to write down here. I will end my list there, but I need to kind of clear up a little bit of space here to write one more thing. So if I come in and we'll just take this sticker from the sticker book, and I want to, I like these to be bleeding off the edge. So we'll cut this off, and then I would like to date this list, okay? So I'm going to say that I made this list. This would be January 15th, 2022. Okay, now this will go into our little pocket, and there we go. Now, the only thing that I might want to do is, it's not necessarily obvious that something else happens here, right? And I don't really want to be able to, I can't flip it up because this is in the way. So there's two different things I could do. I wanted somebody to know, oh, look, that comes out. This comes out. So I could use a tab sticker, and I have a whole sticker book of tab stickers where that is what I'd like to use. Let's see if it's in here. Because what I'd like to do is add a little tab sticker right here, so then it's kind of obvious, oh, maybe there's something I need to pull out of there. So let's see. It is, where is that sticker book? There's the numbers one. Why isn't it in here? All right, so I will add that later. I need to find where my tab sticker book is. That's usually where all my sticker books are that aren't part of a collection. So I will find that later. I will add the tab sticker to that later, and I will, we'll kind of look at the very end of that next week. Okay, time to move on. So we need to add this back into our traveler's notebook, our handy dandy notebook. So this is sad. So my kids, well, not sad, but grew up in the era of Blue's Clues, right? Blue's Clues. Anyone know Blue's Clues? With the handy dandy notebook, the blue dog, and the handy dandy notebook, and Steve that wore the rugby shirt. So I say handy dandy notebook a lot because we use a traveler's notebook, and just got to find my handy dandy notebook. So last night, Sam and his girlfriend were over, and I was saying something about, they both needed notebooks for something, and Sam's like, hey mom, do you have any notebooks? I'm like, really? And I said, you need a handy dandy notebook? And he's like, well, whatever. And I'm like, no, handy dandy notebook, like Blue's Clues. And he said, I'm like, don't you remember this and that? And you watched it when you guys were little? And he's like, no, I don't really remember that. I'm like, oh my gosh, how do you not remember Blue's Clues? All right. So one of the things I really tried to pay attention to there was when I was applying my adhesive, I really wanted to get close to the edge, especially this edge right here, because the thicker my insert gets, the harder it is for something to kind of go over that thickness. So there we go. 2021 trends. Next up, we have things I want to forget about 2021. So let me look at my little sketch here and what I thought. All right, 2021 things I'd like to forget. Even though these are two separate lists, I'm going to use the same collection, so they kind of go together. And I think Forget. I should be able to use that same stamp set for my title here. So this one will be different. It will be designed differently, and I'm going to do the list directly on the page, but I will have some continuity based on the similar products or stamps I'll be using. So we need to, hang on, I am going to, oh gosh, there they are. The wipes that are wet, not dried out. That's what I need. So let's see, Forget, Forget. So I need those three, I don't need those. And I could just clean them all off, but now they're just pretty dry anyway. Let's put this right there. All right. Yes, he did. So Linda May said, Linda, I don't know if Linda, I'm assuming Linda's your first name. I don't know if May is also your first name, like Linda May is your name, or if May is your last name. But I like to say Linda May. Linda May, the handy dandy wipes. Yes. Leslie. Yes, a lot of wine. I know, a lot of wine. All right, let's get these guys off, unloaded, and get what we need to spell forget. Because there are definitely things we want to forget, right? Definitely. I also did, I think I did this list last year. This is another one of those lists that that is a good repeater every year. I mean, you could really, if you wanted, you could do this every month, but for me, I think it's good year. Just a year. Things I want to forget. Now, what's interesting, as I was trying to rack my brain for, oh gee, what things do I want to forget? I remembered some things, and then mentally, I started thinking through, okay, Linda, May's your last name. I still like to call you Linda May. In my head, I'm going to call you Linda May. If you don't mind. So, what was I just saying? Oh, I don't know. So I can hear in the kitchen, it's distracting me now. One of the soups Nick's making is butternut squash soup. And you boil the heck out of the butternut squash with a whole bunch of other vegetables in it. And then you use a immersion blender to like blend it all together. I can hear the immersion blender in the background. All right, I don't remember what I was saying, so don't remember. Things I will never forget. Oh yes, Celia, things I will never forget. Yeah, things I will never forget. Things I want to forget. Yeah, same. Oh, I know what I was saying. So the way I started mentally thinking through my about last months, and I just didn't have my traveler's notebook in front of me because I could have, figured it out the same way. But there were things that I had written down in my about last month, things that had happened that helped me remember some of the things that will go on this list. So it's nice when you have some of those things already documented, and then you just document them again in a different way, right? In a different way. So let's get our ink pad. So now what I could do if I wanted, I think just for continuity's sake, I was saying I could stamp in a colored ink here if I wanted, but I think I will go with black just so it's kind of similar. But I could if I wanted. Scrappy Matilda said, I like the idea of this list, but I fear I'll just get reminded of things I just want to forget. But it could be a good thing in some cases, maybe. In some cases, maybe. So a list like this for me is some of it's personal, right? I mean, personal, meaning happened to me or happened to someone in our family, but some of it's just things that happen in the world. And it's just another one of those kind of, these types of lists that we're doing, the trends, the things that you want to forget, things like that. Those are what I call like a time capsule list, right? Because in 10 years, you can look back at these lists and go, oh my gosh, I totally forgot that everyone was wearing a shacket, or the shacket was a big deal and I didn't get a shacket, or, you know, whatever. So it just helps you remember things. Even those you want to forget. Okay. Forget. There we go. Now I had a little bit. All right, we're good. Things I want to forget. So, before I stamp on here, let's talk about a couple things now that are going to happen. Sometimes I work ahead in my traveler's notebook. Like, maybe I wanted to do a single page list and all I had were doubles. So maybe I had moved in advance to this page and maybe I had already done a list here. If I had done that before I stamped directly on my insert, I always want to look backwards to the list before it and look forward to the list after it. The reason is, and it's what we kind of talked about earlier with this, I could not use a colored stamp, or I couldn't use a solid stamp with colored ink to do this. I had to use colored pencil because of the list behind was directly on the insert. If I had used colored ink, it would have ghosted through, kind of bled through a little bit. So before I stamp directly on here, I want to turn the page. It's clean page. I'm good. Yeah, the next thing that I want to do, I am going to bring in my pencil board that Nancy made me. Because I know, because she told me and I wrote it on there. Yes, thank you, Nancy. The pencil board. So pencil board, the purpose of a pencil board. And pencil board is, let's say it's kind of like the name Band-Aid. So it is a generic term, right? Band-Aid could be the Band-Aid brand, or it could be really any kind of adhesive bandage. A pencil board could be a pencil board brand, or it could be just a pencil board that you make yourself. Doesn't even have to be a board. The whole purpose of a pencil board is to give you a flat surface to either write on or stamp on. Because in this case, I am stamping directly on my insert. I am adding a pencil board underneath to give me that flat surface. Now, you can make your own like Nancy made for me. You could use something like this. Something like this, when this is a thicker, that's probably about a 1/2 of an inch, maybe a little bit thicker. Gets a little bit harder to put in here. As long as I don't need that whole 1/4 of an inch that I lose by putting that in, that's not a problem. It gets definitely a little bit harder the deeper I get into my traveler's notebook. So I would have had a really hard time doing that here because that's thicker. Anyhow, we'll talk about pencil boards in that year in review class too, and some ideas for different things that you could use. All right, so we had primed that. Let's go ahead and we primed our stamp first. Now let's go ahead and stamp again. I am applying the ink to the stamp versus stamp to the ink. And I need to clean this off before I do anything because I don't want that to go anywhere. With a really quick wipe of my fingers to make sure I don't have any black ink. And here we go. So pull this back in. I think what I would like to do is try to have this be about even. I hope this is going to work. So, there's something I need to do, friends, and let's talk about it, but I need to reset these stamps. Here's the deal. As I am getting ready to stamp, I can see that I'm going to have a problem based on how I have placed these stamps. I really don't need these to be centered. They're centered on the stamping block, which is fine, but what I'm going to run into is I have too much extra space over here. So this, in order for me to get wherever I want it, I don't quite have enough room. This edge is going to be in the way of this, and I'm not going to get a good impression. It's going to be really bad. So I hate to do this, but this is what needs to happen, right? I mean, I hate to do this just because, I mean, it's just going to take a little bit of time, and you guys are, you know, we're live, but that's what it is, right? This is how we learn things. And we continually learn things because I knew that, right? I should have kind of paid attention to that before I placed my stamps. So before you place your stamps on your stamping block, figure out where you're going to stamp first and then kind of check it out, if that makes sense. Now I actually am going to use one of these dried out ones. If you have baby wipes that get dried out, you can reinvigorate them just by adding a little water, but I don't have water in front of me right now, so I'm just drying that off a little bit. Okay, so now I need to just move these guys. Crazy Poppins, I got time, not going anywhere, just playing with paper. So now, before I move all of those stamps, let's see. There we go, that'll be great. I've given myself plenty of room, so now we can just move these guys along. That's also, I mean, that didn't come out in my testing or priming first, right? But stamping's fun. I love to stamp. The more I do it, the more comfortable with it I get, and the more of those little things, tips, tricks, and techniques that I learn for myself. But like anything, it's just playing with it and getting comfortable with it, right? And you learn things. You learn things as you go. And then that's where, as I learn things, I try to share with you guys so that we all learn together. All right, let's get, oh, that's probably a little bit too low. Get those set. And then I am going to need to test stamp again because I want to make sure everything is lined up, right? Even though I'm lining up on my little block or on my grids, we'll just do one more test stamp. All right. Looks pretty good this way. Lori said, I like Dora the Explorer. So Lori, we were never Dora the Explorers in our house. And I think it maybe came out, maybe started, I don't know, when our boys were a little bit older, maybe. But then I don't know if they had any interest in Dora, right? So we were never Dora the Explorers. This is a big shocker, and nobody hate me for this. We were also never Harry Potter fans either. I shouldn't say that we weren't fans. We just, I don't know, we just never did it. I've never seen a Harry Potter. I've never read a Harry Potter. I know some of you live and breathe Harry Potter, so that's like horrible for me to say. Her little backpack, her pack. Linda said she started using a notebook, test stamp. And here's the thing, it's just, everything's together. And so I'm never like looking for scratch paper or, it's just all there. A composition notebook works for that or whatever you have. But then sometimes I go back to it, right? Sometimes we go back to it and I'm like, ooh, what was that color I used? Or, ooh, let's look at the washi tape that we swatched. So sometimes I go back to it. Mandy, I used to like you, all up in uppercase. Yeah, sorry. I knew that was going to bring on some haters. Now I'm really going to see the dislikes, right? We'll see the dislikes, the thumbs down on the videos. You're like, I cannot even watch her anymore because she's not a Harry Potter fan. All right. Ooh, boy. Okay. So we'll hope that's okay because when I went to stamp, it moved over a little bit. So we'll see. I don't know. We never know. This could get blurry. This could get a little bit weird over here. When you stamp, stamping with intention is really important. And when I say stamping with intention, I mean you can't be wishy-washy. You basically have to go and commit and go. The more wishy-washy you are, then things can move around. And all right, so I have a little bit of see-through there on my F, and I don't love that. So I am just going with my little Sharpie and fill that in, and that's how I get a really nice filled in impression if I don't quite get it the first time. All right, so there we go. Now, I'd like to do just a little period there. And then I'll do a little period here. Okay, trends and forget. So now I need to write up here things I'd like to forget. Things I'd like to. Then I have to kind of wing it. Things I'd like to forget. When I say wing it, I have to figure out, I mean, I really did no measuring to make sure I'd have enough room. And sometimes that's dangerous because if you don't give yourself enough room, sometimes you don't have enough room. Okay. Oh, that just reminds me. I always forget about this. Okay, this is so silly. I won't do it now, but I'll use it later. Look at this little thing. This little, isn't that cute? Then you just like pick up all your scraps and then you've got your little dustbin. I always forget about that. Until I just blew eraser everywhere. All right, so there we go. Things I'd like to forget. Now we need to do our outline. All right, on to this new list. What are things that would be on your list? If you are listing, if you're actually making a list, what is on your list or what would be on your list? If you're not making a list, what's on your mental list? What is something that you would like to forget about 2021? What are some of the things you would like to forget? Now, this is kind of the opposite of our things I'd like to remember. And we don't even need to do a things I'd like to remember about 21 list because we already have it. There is our about last year. There's things I want to remember. Things I did well last year. There's things I want to remember. All of my about last months. There's things I want to remember. So I personally don't need to do a things I want to remember about 21. That's already done. Now I have things I'd like to forget. Okay, so let's look at, we need something to happen along the bottom here. And let's see what we have now. We have washi, right? Oh, I know what I wanted to do. We're going to use one of my new washies. We're going to use that yellow along the bottom. And we could use, I don't know, that's a lot of black in there. Too much black. But if we use the blush one, that's not as, no, too much black still. All right. Yeah, I think we want to use the yellow. We can pick up more yellow. But then nope, still too much black and white. So not that washi either. But if we bring in the yellow, yellow's like the perfect match for that. That's the classic ruler. Shipping delays vampires. Cindy, I don't know what that is. I mean, I know what that is. Tabitha asked where you can get that little brush and dustpan. Shoot me an email and I will remember where I got it. I'm not sure. Oh, there we go. Beach Gal. You could do a list of trends you never jumped on. Okay, hold on. Time out. We have to open the handy dandy little workbook and we need to go to the section about list ideas. Trends I never jumped on. And then I like to include this. This is Beach Gal. So that when we do that list, I'll say, oh, this was a suggestion that Beach Gal gave us. I like that one. That's a good one. Time for the notebook. Yes, handy dandy notebook. And this is how I keep it all together. After doing it for over a year and reinventing the wheel every single week, which was silly. All right. Time for the notebook. What about a strip of the striped paper on the bottom, thin as a washi, then add the tape washi on top? Okay, so Evalicious Crafts, that's exactly where my head was. This is the only problem. And you probably saw me pull that up and go like this, and I'm like, nah. The reason is, again, going back to the stripe, if this paper was designed with all of the stripes running horizontally instead of vertically, I would have had the perfect rainbow piece to go right here. Basically, that is what I need. That'd be perfect right there. But it's not designed that way. It was designed vertically. So if I turn it horizontal, then I don't get all of the nice like sections of all the stripe, because that's exactly what I would love to do. But unfortunately, but guess what? I know what does that. Now that I think about it, there is a sticker, like a border strip sticker in the sticker book that does exactly that. So perfect. I will start out with the classic ruler washi. If you guys don't know, in addition to the stamps, I also came out with 6 rolls of custom washi that I had manufactured in China for us. Now, you know, if I could, so all the stamps are made in the US. Yes, I will support US as much as I can, whenever I can. I was not able to find a company that made washi, like real washi, in the US. So this had to be China. But this is one of them, this classic ruler. And it's a little bit less yellow than kind of what you'd think like a regular ruler would be, which is that's the color I wanted it. Right, Terry? That's my color. That's the yellow. Well, I have lots of variations of yellow that I love, but so there we go. And then we'll take this sticker strip and Terry. So yes, Terry said, try the heart washi. It is all the same colors. That's what I just used here. So I'm going to use something a little bit different for my next list, for this list. But you're right, it does. It has all of those colors. I love this. I just wish that all those hearts were just on a white background. They didn't have the craft. I mean, it's still cute and fun, but Jessica said, is it accurate measurements? Jessica, it is. Those are actual inch increments and half inch and quarter inch, and yes. All right, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to tear this, and I tear it so it makes it look a little bit more like washi, right? I tear this. Oh, that is perfect. So now, okay, who was I talking to? But about Evalicious, yes, right? Evalicious. That is exactly what we needed. That's exactly what I was hoping for that we didn't have, but now we have it in a sticker. Now we have it in a sticker, so that makes us happy. Here's another thing. If you have, let's say this piece of pattern paper we loved and it was going the right direction so we could get a bunch of that. Even if I didn't have a washi like that, I could still kind of do fashi. That's what I call faux washi. Hi, honey. That's what I call faux washi, is fashi. And then I always have to say, not to be confused with Anthony Fauci, this is fashi, faux washi. I could cut thin paper strips and then just cut a whole bunch of thin paper strips from one piece of paper like that. And then I would have a whole bunch of little faux fashi that I could use. Okay. Terry, I did. Thank you. Yes, Terry said your beloved wife gave you a very nice shout out today. Yes, I did. When he was headed out the door to the grocery store, I said, I am so lucky. I am so lucky. All right. Hi, Miss Waddell. All right, so here we go. Things I'd like to forget. Now, this is going to be a pretty simple list, and I am just going to make 2 rows. And I am going to grab my little handy dandy ruler. Maybe. We're into the handy dandy today, I guess. Now, I thought I had a ruler before out somewhere. Oh, there we are. Let's see, something dropped. All right, so I am going to, I might do that there too. Let's see. Here, I'm going to just draw a little line. There. And there. That can serve a couple purposes, right? Actually, I should have done this. I've got to pull this down a little bit just so I can see it better. All right, there we go. So that just kind of, it did 2 things. It emphasized the word forget, but now it's also giving me a little bit more of a visual separation between my title and then the list I'm going to make. Now, this will be actually, it's ending up to be laid out pretty much. It's kind of similar to the way that I did it last year. So this was last year's list. My title, and then I'll do bullets like that with a little line in the middle. So let's figure out, we can go a little wider. So 4.5, 4.5 would be 2 3/4, right? So 2 and, ooh, that's weird. Okay. That is not right. 2 2/4. Oh my gosh, Lael, get a brain. 2 1/4. Wow. Karen Haynes, don't laugh at me. 2 1/4. Wow. That's an easy measurement, right? That was bad. That was bad. Math and crafting sometimes do not go together, right? Okay, I think we'll either stop there, or if we need to, we'll go down one more. Okay, so now that's a little bit weird. It's a little bit odd because I have here and here. I'm going to erase this because I had done my measurement between that line and that line, which I know is going to bother me. I need to go from basically edge to edge, which since my insert is 5 inches, 5 inches wide, I can do math. That would be 2.5. So 2.5 would put me right about there. And that's just enough, I know it, that's just enough that it would be off by what, 1/4 of an inch, and it would just bug me. And I might not even be able to tell why it was bothering me, but I mean, I might not look at it and go, gosh, what's wrong with that? And go, oh, I know, it's not exactly even, but it's enough that you'd look at it and be like, something's just not right there. Okay, so I know I have enough things that I need to break them up a little bit, and I'm going to do some bullets. So, bullets. I need the year in review stamp set. So, let me just grab that from across the room. And I have 2 versions of that I've been playing with. So, where is the one? Okay, friends, hold on. I'm still looking. Oh, they're stacked on top of each other. Okay. One was the prototype, and then this is the Roman. Okay, so on this set, I have some bullets. Now, here's a little sneak peek. Not sneak peek of what's coming, but I have a number of new stamp sets coming out. One of them, and they're the ones that are coming, all very specific things to do with lists. So one of them is a set called Bullets and More, and it's a little 3x4 stamp set, but it has all different kinds of bullets on them. When I say bullet, what I mean by bullet, the little thing that well, you know what I mean. If you don't, I'm going to show you. Yeah, it's hard to explain, I guess, bullet. All right, so now what I need is my little stamping block. This little guy. Heather, okay, hold on. Terry said, is anyone else still working on their December daily? I seriously did not take enough pictures in December. Yes, sometimes that happens, right, Terry? Oh, I totally forgot about the die cuts. Jeez Louise. You know what? So I think, now that I see this, I think, yes. Let's look at yes. Yes could be fun to put right down here, maybe. Things that I'd like to forget, yes. Yes. I don't know, maybe. We'll see, because yes could go right here. And it could kind of end my list. Yes. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Or it could go up here. No, it can't go up here. If it goes up here, then it's too weird. Yeah, no. I mean, it's not bad there, but that goes off the top a little bit, and it's too far off the top. So I think we'll just do this right down here. That works. All right. Got a little distracted there. I was trying to move some things around to clean up some things, and I got way too distracted there. Oh, Nick's talking about what he's making. Yes, the one is the butternut squash that we've made for years. Well, sorry. When I say we, I mean Nick. I mean, the way that it works in our house is I find the recipes and I say, let's make this. And then we sit down together and we sit down and put the list together, and then Nick goes to the store and then he makes the things. So when I say we, that's what I mean, but really it's Nick making. But yes, that's one that we've had for years, and it's such a good standby. It's so good, and it's super healthy too, because it's got lots of vegetables in it. It's all vegetables. A little bit of cream. It's yummy. All right. We don't need Hey There Sunshine. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Thought I put yes away. That would be bad. All right, so the whole reason I was doing that is I need some bullets. And I think for the bullets, let's try, I don't know, I don't know if I've tested any of these yet. Let's try a couple things. Let's look at the stars for now. With all these bullets, there's 3 versions. There's a solid, there's an outline, and there's kind of a layered. So the one stamp has the solid and the outline together. So let's see what we get. Now, if I wanted, this could be fun. Oh, that's the double outline or the outline. Okay, so this is what this looks like. It's cute, huh? With the outline. Kind of not the outline, it's got like a shadow behind it. So you don't have to do the double stamp. It automatically does it for you. All right, so we could do that, but here's the other thing. We could use some of the ink colors. We could use colored ink. I think that's what we'll use. We're going to use colored ink, but I still don't know which one I want to do yet. Oh, shoot. I almost got excited. It sounded like a delivery truck. You guys, I am at my wit's end with the FedEx right now. There is a distributor that I work with that I order product from, and I've done this for 2 years. And they use FedEx. It's not them, it's FedEx. So they use FedEx. Oh, wait. Oh, no, it's UPS. No, I did hear a delivery truck. It's UPS, not FedEx. So, colors. I'll finish in a minute. I need to find my swatch. Where are those ink swatches? Ooh. Where are the ink swatches? I had them pulled out because I thought I might want to use some colored ink. If I were ink swatches, where would I be? Oh, they're there. I'll finish my story in just a sec. I'm grabbing these things from across the room because I think some of these colors might work. So I will use some of the colors that are in this little rainbow. And I have my swatch, my little swatches here. So I've swatched all of, well, not all. Yes, I've swatched all. Some just aren't in the ring yet. So that orange, I'd like to use Spice Marmalade. Let's use Spice Marmalade because that one's already out. Let's see, Mowed Lawn. I think Mowed Lawn is not right. Mowed Lawn. Yeah, Mowed Lawn is really green. Might not be bad, but we might need a different green. Let's see what else we have out. I think Spun Sugar is going to be too pink. Yeah, I think we need Tattered Rose. Okay. Ooh, so Picked Raspberry. I bet that's right on. Yep. Okay, so we have Picked Raspberry. We have Sparsed Marmalade. We need Tattered Rose. Oh. Okay, Tattered Rose. Where are you? Tattered Rose. Okay, friends, hang on. Hang on. This is why it helps if you have different colors of ink. That's always why it helps to swatch them. So that you can find Tattered Rose. Where are you? Oh, come on. So I was using a lot of inks this week while I was designing that year in review class. And I know, oh, come on. That's going to bug me because I know I want to use it. Okay, hang on. I'll figure it out. So we know we liked these two. And let's see the yellow. I know this yellow is not right. Cindy, how I made my ink swatches. Fossilized amber is good. I stamped them. Actually, Lily stamped them for me. Let's see, fossilized amber. I'll show you because Tim sent me a bunch of inks, and this is a project I had Lily working on. So it came from upstairs or downstairs to upstairs. This is actually a really good way to show you how this worked. So here are all of the new ones that she had swatched for me. And she pre-cut pieces of white cardstock. And this is a Kerri Bradford stamp. And so I loaded up, I had her load up the Misty with that particular stamp. And this, a Misty is it stands for the most incredible stamping tool ever. It's basically a stamping platform. So the whole idea behind it is if you're doing a lot of repetitive stamping, that you can put the stamp on the lid like that, and then you put whatever you're stamping on here, and then put in a new one, put in a new one. So you get the exact same placement every time. So I used that Kerri Bradford stamp and took each of the colors stamped, had that guy in there, stamped, lifted it off, new color, stamped, lifted it off, obviously cleaned that in between colors so as not to get any crust contamination. And then the finished versions, basically, in that little space, I wrote the name of the color. And then when all of that gets finished, it ends up on a little ring like this. So I punch hole and do that. So all of that, I get a lot of questions about that when I use that little swatching thing. So all of that stuff I still have out because I'm going to do a blog post about it. Because I get lots of questions. All right, so there are those colors. Maybe I still need that light pink. We haven't figured out any of these. So I need a different green. Let's see, a different green. Now, you guys, I'm taking a long time on this, right? I am taking a long time on my list today, like really long time. We may, I don't know, we'll see how far we get. Nope, that's not it. We may not get to the third list. We'll see. But we're just playing with different things. Stamping definitely takes more time, right? When we're stamping, it takes a lot more time. But all the lists don't have to be this way. So I do know, look at, there we go. Peeled paint. That's going to be it. Peeled paint. So where is peeled paint? Peeled paint is still going to be on that tray that I pulled out. Here's peeled paint. All right, so then maybe we just need, ooh, wouldn't it be fun if we could kind of find that blue, huh? Let's see if we can find this blue. Tracy's like, I'm back from lunch. You guys are still at it. Yes, we are still at it. So Cindy said, that's amazing. I look forward to the blog post. This is one of those things. It takes a lot of time, right? Maybe rustic wilderness, but not quite. It takes some time, but I tell you what, this has saved me hours and hours and hours of figuring things out. Bundled sage could be it. Because if you have a lot of different ink colors, then you're like, well, what will work? What matches? What coordinates? And then you're trying to look at everything. This is an okay representation, but there's nothing like actually seeing it, right? I don't think I had any others here on the ground that would be the right one. So I think it's going to be this guy, Bundled Sage. It'll be close. So Bundled Sage, right there. Now, I don't know. I still want that pink though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That'll give me 5 colors. Oh, there's 2 yellows. That's okay. I still want that one, the pink, not the spun sugar, the tattered rose. Okay, I'm gonna look one more time. You guys, it's a biggest mess in here. I almost said a bad word. It's a biggest mess in here right now, but it should still be on my desk. So just let me look one more time because I didn't put it away. It's not in the space that it should be. I didn't put it away. That's the reason why you should always put things away. Do as I say, not as I do, right? Oh, come on, Lale, this is just silliness. Why? Why wouldn't I put that away where it belongs? The issue is I have the ink. I have the regular distressed ink in it, but I can't find the oxide, which I don't want to mix. It just won't, I don't know. It won't make me happy. So what's going to happen? I'm going to find it like in the bathroom, somewhere weird where I'd be like, why in the world would I have that there? I can't, you're listening to me go on and on about the ink color and I can't find it. Did you take it?
Did you put it away?
Yeah, I know, right? I already said, honey, I already said if I had put it away, I should. You're going golfing. Okay, have fun. He has his golf clothes on. That's good. He'll be gone for many hours. And then we're just going to continue to hang out while I look for, oh, friends, I want that. Isn't that the worst? And you just know you want it and it's going to make me mad. It's just making me mad that I can't find it. Wanda, you placed an order for your birthday on Tuesday. Happy birthday. Oh, Valerie, I love that. You swatched yours on Rolo cards. Colleen, the size of those swatch cards, I'm just hoping as I am talking that out of the corner of my eye, I might see that ink pad somewhere. The room's not that big. These are 2x3. So 2x3, and that was really just based on the size of that stamp that I had. But you could use any stamp, right? I mean, you don't even have to use a stamp. You could just take your ink pad and go like that. All right, just get over it, Lil. Just get over it, because really, it's just a color. No one's going to care. No one's going to care. All right, so here's my thought after all of that. Let's do the star. Oh, there was one more star. One more version of a star. We have the outline. Maybe we want the outline, but let's see. Now that we're going to try colored, let's find one of our colors to use. Now I've got a big old mess here. Big old mess. Celia, if you made swatches like that, I would lose them in a mess. But here's the thing, you wouldn't, because you'd put them on a ring like this, and then you'd put the ring with all of your inks, and then you always know to go there, assuming you put it away where it belongs, right? That's the kind of caveat that sometimes we're not very good at, right? Sometimes we are not very good at. All right, so let's just start with this guy and just see. Oh, those can't be on there together. Do we want outline? We'll see if outline with the color will work. I mean, I know it'll work. Let's just see if we like it. Here's a prime example of why I prefer to apply my ink to the stamp as opposed to the stamp to the ink. This is a big ink pad. That's a little tiny stamp. If I do this, I am going to get ink all over my pad. So ink to the stamp as opposed to stamp to the ink. It's cute. Yeah, let's just do outline. Outline will work. All right, so now I kind of want to follow the same rainbow order here. That rainbow order is Roy G. Biv, reddish, orange, yellow, green, bluish, and then there's no purple, indigo, violet. So we'll follow that same order. Roy G. Biv. Roy G. Biv is an acronym that stands for red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Yes, Tracy, this comes from these little bullets I'm using, the stars, come from the year in review or the about last month, same thing. I think I called them things interchangeably. Guess what, friends? So I didn't learn my lesson before. I put that in the center, but I can't be in the center. I need that to be all the way over here, because if I put that in the center, I can't even get that down to stamp. Gosh dang it. Needs to go over here. We learn. You think we learn. Sometimes it takes longer for us to learn. But that's an easy one, right? That's easy. We'll come and re-ink. Alrighty. Whoopsie. All right, so this now will go right here. Now I need to think about something. Well, there we go. While I have the yellow out and while it's already still loaded with yellow, so I think I will skip every other line because I don't have that many things I want to forget. That's a lot of things to forget. So if I go every other one, if I start with yellow, then we need, this would be the green, and this would be the blue, and then we have the dark pink, then we have light pink, and then we have orange, and then we have yellow again. So all of that, I did all of that because I know, oh, I'll be ready to do another yellow there. So while I have the yellow out and while it's still yellowish color, I will go yellow again. Let's erase that first. Yellow. All right, so then if we continue, this would be green. Oh, so I need to extend this one a little more. Oh, actually I don't. Let's stop really quick and let's get that yes on there because I almost would have taken up space that I didn't want to take up there. Instead of my tape runner, I'm going to use a glue pen here. Again, I know I keep talking about this, but I know lots of you have ordered this. The year in review kit, one of the things on the supply list is a glue pen because we use lots of die cuts in that. So you'll need some kind of glue pen in order to adhere those little guys down. But that'll be on your supply list. Okay, so let's do that right there. Yes. All right, so green goes there. Then after green is the blue, and then the dark pink, and then the light pink, and then, oh, guess what? I can, this is gonna be good. And then the yellow is there again, and then the green again, and then the blue again, and then the dark pink. Okay, so all of that again to say, oh, I need one more yellow right there. And then I can be done with the yellow. Jessica asked, does the large Misty help with stamping notebooks like this? So Jessica, I don't, and this is just me personally, I do not use Misty with my, FedEx is here! FedEx is here! Oh my gosh. You guys, you have no idea. I need to finish this story. Okay, really quick, Jessica. I don't use a Misty with my traveler's notebooks because when your pages are attached to something, it's a lot harder to make happen, okay? So somebody may have figured it out, but for me, it's just too much. If I was to stamp on something with a Misty, it would have been something like this, where I had the paper separate. I worked on this entire list off the page so that I could have taken that and done it in the Misty. That works really well for repetitive things like that, or if you're doing tags or cards or something like that. And that's just me though. That somebody may have figured that out, but it's just too much for me to wrap my head around. Okay, here's the deal with FedEx. What I was trying to say earlier, then I totally got off track. I have an order that I placed with my distributor. It shipped from FedEx on December 20th. As of yesterday, I still didn't have it. And those of you that are watching not live, yesterday was January 14th. Jack's birthday and my mom's birthday. Yesterday was January 14th. Shipped on December 20th from Wisconsin. I live in Utah. Still had not received. Oh my gosh, I was so livid, I can't even tell you. So livid. But you know what? It is what it is. What do you do? Right? What do you do? Except call and say to the person on the phone, listen, I'm not taking this out on you. I know it's not your fault. I know you had nothing to do with it. But listen up, dinglings. Not calling them a dingling because that doesn't get you anywhere. But yeah, each time I was assured, we've got to put this in and da-da-da-da. I said, I'm tired of waiting. This is ridiculous. We will have someone call you. Have someone call me today. Okay. Nope. Nobody called, which makes me so mad. All right. So there's my green, but it's here. So now this is what's going to be really funny. Well, not really funny, but what do? Hopefully it's the right one, right? Hopefully it's the right FedEx package that's there, right? I'm just erasing where my greens are going to go. Hopefully it's the right FedEx package because, you know, Murphy's Law, my friend Murphy, who likes to pay me a visit, be like, nope, that's not going to be the package. That is not going to be the package. Well, it's product. It's product that, hello, we need. It's product. A couple of you might have an order that you placed and it happened to have the Fernwood tassels on it. Yeah. Yep. But I'm hoping that is there. Hoping that it's the package. I get far more UPS than I do. FedEx. So let's hope. Oh, the blue. Ew. Okay. The blue is bundled sage. All right. So let me do this. Sam's birthday is Bob and I's anniversary. Oh, so Terry, Jack's birthday is the 14th. Is that? Sam's birthday is December 5th. Jack's birthday is January 14th. So is that your anniversary? Yeah? Or you're really saying, no, Sam. All right, bundled sage was what I was going to do for the blue. It's not really a blue, but I don't know. We might discover that it's way too close to the... No, it's okay. It's not quite that, but it's all right. It's pretty close to the blue though. I mean the green, but that's all right. No worries, because we have a dark pink and a light pink, and I have a trick with the light pink now. I came to my rescue. All right, blue. So blue will now go. I use a pencil and eraser a lot in my traveler's notebooks. Blue. Those are the blue spots. Yeah, I mean, it's still greenish, but that's okay. It's all right. Why I put the lid on that, I don't know. Okay, here's the blue. Oopsie. Here's the blue. All right, you guys that have been with me a long time, you know that all the lists don't take this long. But we're just playing and having fun. All right. Now, angel time. Oh, I missed it by a minute. Linda says work's interfering with your layl time. So here's the deal. This layl time is work time for me. Well, it's not really work time. It's play time. I mean, this is the only time I tell you guys. This is why I appreciate this time so much every week, because this is the only time that I play. The rest of the time it's work. I might still be designing, but it's, I'm designing. I'm not playing. And this is just playtime for me, which I enjoy so much. So thank you. Thank you for letting me play. Okay. It's a shuffle. It's all a shuffle here, isn't it? All right. And I'm just even though I've already primed the stamp, I'm just going again. I probably don't need to keep doing that. All righty. Oops, erase first. All my dark pinks and the dark pink and the dark pink. Dark pink and a dark pink. Now here's the trick for the light pink, friends. Since I couldn't find it, I'm going to wait to find it. And I can wait to find it because... Oh, I know what's going to happen. I know I'm going to figure out that I really needed more of a blue in there, but that's okay. I can wait because now I know exactly where it needs to go. So I'll skip all the LPs for light pink, and now I will go to the oranges. Orange and orange. So if I feel like I need more of that blue in here, I could find a sticker or something that would bring a little bit more of that blue in. Wendy said, I'm enjoying having your company for a longer stream today. Oh, thank you. Yep, it's more and more, it seems like they're longer because I don't know, I chat and then sometimes we just play with different things that take longer. I don't know why I apologize, because you guys can watch or not watch, right? You guys can come and go or watch the replay, or sometimes I'd be so into what I'm doing and I'd look up, I'm like, oh, there's no one watching anymore. Oh, well, no, that doesn't, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that doesn't happen. I haven't seen that happen. Okay. So I'm going to talk about what I just did there on accident. It's just a hazard of stamping. I mean, it's not a big deal, but especially when you're working, I'll show you in a sec after I do this one, especially when you're working with a smaller stamp and a stamp that has an outline like this. So it's pretty fine. When you're working with a smaller stamp, well, really all of your stamps, you don't want to rock. When I say rock, you don't want to rock either way. Like this way, you might think, oh, if I rock it a little bit, it'll make sure that the stamp gets a good impression. Well, I rocked that one a little bit, so it looks like it has a little bit of shadow to it, right? So let me like really over exaggerate that. And it's happening more because it's such a small stamp. But if I over exaggerate this, and I come in and I like really rock that. I mean, I really rocked it, right? See how that looks totally different. Now, don't get confused with that one, because that stamp is actually supposed to be like that. It has the star and then it has like a shadow behind it. But that is what happens when you rock a stamp. You get ink, it spreads out the ink because the surface of the stamp is getting spread out because you're flattening it. So then the ink is getting spread out. So rocking is not a good idea. And that's not too bad with that, but if you have really thin alphabet, a really thin letter, and you rock, then it will totally change the whole look of the letter, right? All right, so as I mentioned, I am skipping the light pink for now, and as soon as I find the light pink, I'll do that. All right, things I'd like to forget. Here we go, time to list. What are some of the things that you would like to forget? You guys are like, well, you said that like a half an hour ago, so we've already talked about that. My room is a mess too, Lael. You are not alone, but that's good. A crafty mess is a good mess, right? Jessica, just while I'm looking at the chat, Jessica asked, does anyone know if Kerri has more fonts coming out soon? I just found about her shop and Lael's videos, and they're almost all sold out. I really want a Willow set. So Jessica and anyone else, this is how it works with Kerri stamps. Kerri does a new release and the first of every month. And like clockwork. So for me, what I do, I turn on notifications because I follow her on Instagram. And I also subscribe to her emails. So I turn on notifications. So as soon as she posts the new stamps, I always know the first of every month she's coming out with new ones. And then I look and see what I want, and then I place an order. Her stamps are super popular, and each month I think she continues to add more and more quantity. In terms of, instead of ordering 10, she orders 100. I'm not saying those are her numbers at all, because I'm sure they're much higher than that. But sometimes, depending on how a stamp set sells, she may do reprints, but sometimes it's a one and done. They are, she releases them, they sell out, and then they're done. If there's a particular font or a particular stamp that you are looking for, your best bet is probably to shoot her an email. So go to her website, send her an email and say, hey, will you be bringing these back in again in the future? And then that way you know. And I'm just saying, I don't know her process, but that's what I do. So that would probably work. And same thing, that as a business, that's what I do. Sometimes things I purchase or things I make, if they're my exclusive products, are one and done. But other times I will continue to reorder. So it's a good, that's another good thing. If there's something that you want, you don't see it, let her know, or let anyone know that you buy from, because sometimes maybe they weren't. Oh, here we go. Sometimes maybe they weren't planning on bringing them back in, but they hear from enough people that they would like them again. And then that may prompt them to make them again, reproduce them again. And that goes with the manufacturer as well. Simple Stories recently re-released their Simple Vintage Cottage Fields collection. And that never happens. Manufacturers in the scrapbook world rarely will re-release something. They just don't. Almost everything is one and done. But in that case, it sold out very quickly, and they had enough requests, so they did it again. Okay. Oh, the Wyoming and Utah stamps. Wonderful. Yes, I love that. She's so good. She's so good. I love that she really gets, anyhow, love her style. Love everything about Kerri. Lori, I have one for your list. How about my order stuck on the barge in Long Beach, right? So true. So true. Okay. All right. Let's do our list. Things that you'd like to forget. So you guys can start talking about them if you haven't already. Where are we? This one is, okay, here we go. Supply chain issues. Right? We'd love to forget. Speaking of barges, we'd love to forget supply chain issues. Here's another one, and this is not political. Well, it is, but not. Regardless if you're in the US, which side of the political party you're on, I think one thing that most of us would like to forget is the insurrection. That was a way to kick off 2020 with a bang. Not, right? So hold on, Jackie, things that you'd like to forget. Is that on your list? Graphic 40. Oh, I understand now. It's not. You were saying Graphic 45 re-releases paper lines. Maybe, is that what you're saying? You're not saying what would be on your list. Cost of gasoline. Yes. I'm going to put that. That wasn't even on my list. Cost of gas. Oh my gosh. Crazy, right? So Donna, California or Canada? CA could mean bow. Well, no, I think CA would be KAN. Sorry, CAN, California. Yes, you guys, your gas is outrageous, especially when you're driving an RV. Yeah, it's really outrageous then. Well, it's not outrageous. The cost is the same. It's just your miles per gallon go way down. All right, so let's see. Oh yes, of course, the Delta variant. That was a new one. The Delta variant, would love to forget that. Oh yes, so I need to do this. Jack's car. Jack's car stolen. Would love to forget that one, although we did recover it, so that was nice. We didn't expect that. Someone just said, Debbie said Afghanistan debacle. So Afghanistan is on my list. This is another one that is not, does not have to be political. Again, right or left side, whichever party. I think both sides would agree it was a huge mess. So let's see how Afghanistan, AFG. Afghanistan, and I'm going to say withdrawal. Afghanistan withdrawal, because yes, that was something I'd like to forget. I don't want to forget Afghanistan, just want to forget the withdrawal, because that was a cluster. This is another one. This is hard, you guys. I don't mean to be, again, not political, but there are some things that, yes. This is another one. The battle over voting rights. That one is, yeah. Battle. I should have said voting rights battle. Battle over voting rights. Again, either side, that is one I would like to forget. This is another one. This, you guys missed this, I think, last time because I didn't talk about it. Breaking my toe. I broke my toe 2 days before we went on a road trip to go to the Rose Bowl to Pasadena, California, to watch the University of Utah, where Nick and I both went to college, play in the Rose Bowl. And when you have a broken toe and you can't wear any shoes without being in excruciating pain, with the exception of Ugg boots, and you are traipsing all over Southern California in 60-degree weather, one day, 15,000 steps in Ugg boots. I'd like to forget the whole debacle of breaking my toe and the pain too. Let's see. Sue, if any of you live in Wisconsin, could you look for our packages? That's hilarious. No, it was all Salt Lake, because I could watch it, and it sat at the distribution center in Salt Lake, like going around and around and around for weeks. Craziness. Right, vaccine debates. I know that's definitely one, Terry. That is definitely one, and it's either side, right? Because we all have our opinion. It is the vaccine debates, because we'd like to forget the debates, the divisiveness, right? The divisiveness. That's the thing that's so hard. We've got so much divisiveness. Another one is losing Poe. And when I say losing, I don't mean that we lost him and didn't know where to find him. I mean, our little Poe, not little Poe, big Poe, our cat, crossed the Rainbow Bridge a year ago on January 14th on Jack's birthday, which was sad. But let's see what I have next. I also, on my list, have, you can't tell, the power failures in Texas, right? That was a debacle. Horrible. Texas power failures. What else do I have? I have the Florida condo collapse. Now, I feel very fortunate that on my list is a lot of kind of national or world things and not a lot of personal things. I mean, let's be honest. in the grand scheme of things, losing our cat and breaking my toe compare nothing, even Jack's car getting stolen, compare nothing to all of these really significant issues. So I feel very fortunate that there aren't a lot of personal things that I have on my list this year. Another one, and so Jazz, let's see. Jazz out first round of the playoffs. So the Utah Jazz, which is our basketball team, which was poised to go very far in the playoffs and out in the first round, which was a bummer. Here's another one. The British royal family drama, right? There was a lot of drama in the first part of the year. That was yeah. Hi, Jen, just popping in to say hi. It's been a long time. Miss everyone. Miss you. And off you go. Thanks for popping in. Oh, look at Carolyn. Okay. I'm very confused, Carolyn. DH is usually short for darling husband. Missed my DH's husband's wedding because we couldn't travel to the States and getting locked down again when she was hoping to come see us in January. Okay. So, yes. His cousin's wedding. Oh, there we go. His cousin's wedding. I'm like, wait a minute, your husband's husband? I'm confused. There's one too many husbands in there. Well, I don't know, Utah, not now, but back in the day, there were one too many wives in there. Yes, Jessica, also Betty White dying. And yes, I'm sorry that for everyone that has things on your list of things you'd like to forget. I just, one big sorry, right? Because I know for some people it was a 4-letter word show, right? 2021 was a repeat of 2020 and another big 4-letter word show that we won't say. I also had Betty White dying. Yes. The loss of Betty White on my list. And it's an assortment, you guys, right? It's an assortment of things that are specific to me. It's an assortment of things that don't relate to me at all. The last one I had on my list was the missing spectators at the Summer Olympics. So I think I'll call that, I will put no right there just because I don't have much room. No. Spectators, Summer Olympics. All right, so there we go. There is almost my list. I need to come back once I find my light pink. I will do a light pink there. I'll do light pink there. And now I said I think I need a little bit more color. It's very stark up here and then lots of color. So we need a little bit more color. Now we'll go back to, let's go back to the sticker book. We've been using sticker book a lot lately. Or actually we could look at the puffy stickers. So this is kind of a fun one, but right here, right now, I may save for something else. Shine on, no. Oh, I like this one. This will be cute. This is just little and plain and simple, and it's just gonna go right there. Oh no, okay. I like that. I like the idea of a speech bubble. The only problem is, and that's the perfect color. It's the color that I wanted to pull in, but now it has a heart on it. No, some of the spectators disappeared. There were no spectators allowed at the Summer Olympics. And here we are getting close to the Winter Olympics, right? Winter Olympics, a couple weeks away. And I don't know, I haven't heard of if they're gonna, I haven't heard that they're not going to do spectators, but I don't know. I do not know, right? And we probably, oh, how did that get over there? My sticker book is across the room. How did that get over there? All right, so let's look for, I just really love the speech bubble, but I think all the speech bubbles are going to have the little thingies that aren't going to work. Well, we could do a smiley face. When in doubt, yeah, because it's kind of like a cheesy grin. Things I'd like to forget, cheesy grin. So let's see. There aren't as many icons in this particular sticker book compared to the other sticker books that Simple Stories does. The reason is you have like two full sheets of those months. So not as, yes, nope. Oh, we already have yes, so we don't want to do nope or maybe. I don't know, we just may end up using this. I think we'll just use this and call it good, unless there's something we see here. Who knew? The scoop. The scoop kind of works, right? Keeping it real. Oh, look at that. Oh, this would be funny. So I have to show you guys this. This says WTF. And then I'll tell you what it says underneath it. It's not what you think. So WTF is an acronym for what, the, and then the 4-letter word that starts with an F. This says, well, that's fantastic. So WTF would be kind of funny up there, but not the well, that's fantastic. All right, so the scoop. Oh, no, keeping it real. This was the one I was thinking. Maybe keeping it real could work because, let's just see here. Let's grab our tweezers. This is how we can see if we might like it there. There, let's do it. Keeping it real, that's going to go right in the middle of the O. There we go. Keeping it real. And it's probably just going to stay that way. We'll probably just call that good and say that works. And do we need one more thing up there? We could do one little smiley maybe. The smiley. We could do this guy maybe. This is a puffy smiley. Sure. Let's do a puffy smiley right there. Okay, there we go. Things I'd like to forget. Cover the fantastic part. Oh yes, so Beach Gal, that is a great suggestion. So let's just talk about what Beach Gal brought up really quick. She said you could take that sticker. There's a couple things I could do with that sticker. I went past that too quickly. So let's talk about some options. If you have a sticker like that, or if you have something like that that you want to use, but part of it works and part of it doesn't work. So this is what we could do with a sticker like this. Beach Gal said we could cover that up with something else, right? We could cover that up with something else. Or here's the other thing that we could do. You could just take your scissors and cut off the bottom part of that, right? And then that could go, it could go like right there. And I would use that so it would bleed into something, something else. So, and actually it could stand for want to forget. Yes. Or Karen is also dead on. She said, WTF, well, that's fantastic, is sarcastic, and it works too. So really, any of those could work, right? Any of those could work, but there we go. All righty, now you can see those two together. This is why I love this collection. It's just nice and fun and really great color palette and works for so many different things. And yes, I've used it a couple times now. All right, last list. So this is a good spot to talk about what I've alluded to a couple times up until this point. But before we do that, I need to clean up. I need to get all of the good stuff out of here because it's going to be way too cluttered. So, yeah, Debbie, after Tuesday, even my calendar says WTF, right, for Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Wanda just asked, and this question has come up a couple times today, and it probably comes up a couple times every time, and I miss it. Wanda asked, how do you store your traveler's notebooks? I am going to figure out an evening for us to do. I'll have to see if it'll be a Zoom. I've got to look at my Zoom account. I may need to upgrade my Zoom so we can have more people. But I need to do like a Q&A session where you guys can, I probably have some people at least let me know questions ahead of time so I have some things prepared. But I will have some things prepared. So if I know I get a question a lot, I'll be prepared to talk about some of those things. But something like that where I could answer a lot of questions and then show things like that. So I will, actually, you know what I'm going to do? Let me just get out my handy dandy notebook really quick. Because what I am going to add into my notes section, let's just add this right here. This will be a Zoom session for Q&A. I'm making a list. the reason I want to add this right here is I want to start like that. How do I store my TNs? Okay. Carolyn, while we are here, clear pouches. These are linked in the description of the video. I get them from Amazon, and yeah, you'll just see them linked in the description of the video. All right, third list. What time is it? Oh, it's 1. Okay, we're good. Third list. So here's the deal, you guys. If for that Q&A, and I will that'll be we'll do that on an evening. We did like a bonus listing session in December that was on an evening. And that was kind of fun because a lot of you were able to participate live who normally can't participate live. So I think something like that we will also do for an evening. And in that case, I'll start thinking of a time when that could happen. I'm traveling and teaching 2 times in February. So I'll have to just figure out when it will happen. I'll try to make it happen either between now and the end of the month or in February. But what I would love is if you guys have questions. Oh, Tracy, I just happened to see your questions. Your question, really quick. So if you have questions about, things that you'd like to ask on a Zoom Q&A, shoot me an email. The easiest way to do that is just go to my website and click on Contact Us, and I'll start keeping a running list of that. So I can try to have some sort of plan for that. But Tracy just asked, question, could you list the color of inks you're using for the year in review kit? I want to buy your inks. Yes, I actually have included that in the instructions, the printed instructions that go with the kit. I will also include that in the email that goes out probably tomorrow to everyone that purchased the kit with the link for the class. In the meantime, if you want to shoot me an email, Tracy, just shoot me an email, ask me the question, and I'll send you the list. I used 6. Okay, we're ready for our next list. And the first thing I want to talk about, and I've alluded to this a couple times, is I know right away when I started that list and I said, ooh, I'm going to stamp, I need to check to see what's on the other side, because when I get to the other side, there's going to be some shadowing or ghosting. You guys can already see that, right? Do you see that you can see the reverse forget? There's shadowing and ghosting, and you see it more when it's kind of up in the air. If I kind of go flat, you don't see it as much, but you still see it. So that tells me the left page of this list, because this is going to be a spread, the left page of this list for me needs to be a list like this, where I put a piece of pattern paper down and then build my list on top of the pattern paper, just because I don't want to see that shadowing. So Jessica, how long will the kit be available? So yeah, that's a hard one. That is a hard one to know. I have already reordered product once, and I will likely reorder product again because it's still selling pretty strong and we haven't even really started, using it yet. So I would say you'll be okay. Evalicious Crafts. You know what? With that, so Evalicious Crafts just asked, can you please share the name of the stamp you use to categorize your inks? This one. This one I don't remember offhand. So shoot me an email, and then I will look at all my stamps. I have a lot of Kerri stamps. Actually, it might be, hold on. It might just be right here. Okay, it's not right here handy. Because, oh wait, no, it is. It's called Fill in the Blank. It is called Fill in the Blank. So it's a really cool stamp set. It has a lot of things with it, but that's the one that I used right there. When I first started talking about swatching inks, I think I also talked about you could really use any type of stamp. You could use a flower stamp. You really just want to make sure that there's enough of an image on whatever stamp that you're using that you get a good feel for the color. All right, so here we go. Our third list. Our third list is, things I learned in 2021. Look at you, Kim. Kim was right on it too. Fill in the blank. So Evalicious Crafts, let's do a Galentine live. So here, this may work. This may work. We'll see. I know I'm out of town that weekend, but I think teaching, and I think that Monday is the 14th, but we'll see. Because that could be kind of fun to do a Galentine's. But then we might lose a lot of people because some people might be doing Valentine's. Beach Gal, really quick. Will you be selling the year in review class and video only without the kit? Shoot me an email. Okay, so our third list. This one is things I'd like, no, sorry. Things I learned in 2021. So we will be doing, today we have one more 2021 themed list. We're kind of still wrapping up last year. Next week, we will have one more 2021 list, and then we'll start looking towards 2022. So one of our lists this week, and I think I talked about this last week, or excuse me, one of our lists next week will be things that so things you're focusing on in 2022. And that would be my way of doing resolutions, not resolutions, but things focusing on. So we have a few more lists that are still talking about 2021. Things I learned in 2021. So two page, this is going to be a 2.5 page list. Oh, Sandy, I love that. All right. Sandy just left a comment and she said, good afternoon, all. Lael, when I was putting away my Christmas decorations, I thought of a listing idea, favorite memories of my grandparents. I love that. So that could go a couple of different ways. We could do different versions. Favorite memories of, you could have grandparents, you could have parents, you could have siblings, you could have cousins, I don't know, whatever, relatives, whatever. I love that, Sandy. So I'm going to put next to it, that was a suggestion from Sandy N. So when we get to that list, whenever it is, then I'll say, oh, this is a fun list. This one is from Sandy. I love it when you guys give suggestions. I love list suggestions. And mostly Mandy, and I love this. Mostly Mandy said I could fill a whole traveler's notebook of fave memories of my grandparents. Oh, Jessica, yes, pets, for sure, pets. I mean, this really could be anything in your life. So maybe maybe you didn't have grandparents. Everyone has grandparents, right? You have to have grandparents unless there's some kind of immaculate conception. But even then, one side would have grandparents, right? I guess, I don't know, whatever. But you may not have a relationship with your grandparents, or maybe you didn't know your grandparents. Maybe they had passed away, or maybe the relationship just isn't there. So when we get to that list, it will be more of a fill in the blank. It would be like a grandparents or a parents or a friends or a neighbors or, whatever works. Okay. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. Our 2-page list. This is like a 2 1/3 page list. 2 1/3. And what I mean by that, my left, one page of my list is going to be here. One page of my list is going to be here, which leaves this page in the center. This is going to be the third. We did this a couple months ago where I created this partial page. So we're going to do that again. And what I'm going to do, I need a long ruler. So I'm going to get the center page ready for us first, and then we'll go after that. This is another one. We really haven't done any easy list today. And when I mean easy, not a lot involved, because this one looks simple, but it was a lot involved because we did stamping. This one, a lot involved because we did stamping. This one's going to be a lot involved because it is. All right, I made my little note there in pencil, cut this page. I wanted to remember to do that. So I think that, oh no, I don't need that big one yet. So I think if I cut this one off at 2.5 is my plan. 2.5. And the reason I got the big ruler out, I don't really pull a big ruler out often with my traveler's notebook, but this case it calls for one. You just go right there so I know I'm straight-ish. And then see, I don't know if that's enough room. It'll be fine. All right, so that's my line. That is my cutting line. I will grab a longer pair of scissors. Oh, Lily will be so happy. One of these pair of scissors should be downstairs for when she's cutting ribbon and twine and things like that, trim, that need to go in kits. And so both of them ended up here. So she'll be very happy because I'm like, I don't know. She's like, where are the good scissors? I'm like, I don't know. Okay, so here, Terry said, Lael, have you thought to just fold that page in half? So I could, but if I fold it, I could fold it in half, right? I could fold it in half, and then I would put adhesive in here so then it held together. So you definitely could do that. I really hadn't thought of that. So I'm just going to come in and I'm not going to worry too much about this being exactly straight because that whole edge is going to get covered up, and that'll make sense in a minute. It takes a steady hand. Butterfingers. Every time. That's that operation game. Okay, there we go. Now I need to come back in and erase. So, well, I don't really need to worry about erasing that. Oopsie, guess, but this is what I want to erase. And I could have used a sticky, but here's the thing, friends. I always say the stickies are the devil. The reason is, and some of you may remember this that have been around for a while. I'll deal with all that mess later with my little broom. The reason that sticky notes are the devil, because a lot of times what I will do is I will write on a sticky and I'll do something there, and then I'll get going and I get very scattered. And I take the sticky note off and it goes somewhere else. And then once the sticky note isn't there, I totally forgot that I was going to cut this page and I would have lost it all. So that's pencil for me seems to work a lot better. Let's see. I'm just looking. Caseways. Spiral notebook. I printed it myself. Well, I designed it and then I took it to FedEx to have them bind it. And I've had so many people ask about it. I will have a version of that for you guys to purchase before the end of the month. And that's just my little notebook. Yes, Terry said it would give me a little bit more thickness, but here's the deal. It's going to get a little bit more thickness based on what I'm going to put on it, but I can't put anything on it yet until I do this side. Or at least I have a feeling for what I'm going to do on this side. So we're now moving out of good stuff, and we're moving into collection that I mentioned a little bit earlier when I said manufacturers rarely do this, where they re-release a collection based on the popularity. Oh, I'm gonna have a little sip of coffee. Let's take a quick hydration break again. Quick hydration break. Sorry if you could just hear me gulp. All right. Oh yes, cottage fields. So I already said I need to work out off the page, right? So I need to set my list up and then we'll adhere it on there because I need a background. So I have pulled the Cottage Fields collection, which is it's also a very neutral collection, but it has a little bit of a kind of softer feel to it, obviously, than Good Stuff. Good Stuff's a lot more graphic. This is a little bit more vintage and softer. So I've pulled some of the papers out, and where's my little, oh, that's fun. I didn't sketch anything for this side, or really the other side. The only thing I sketched, oh, I know it's going there. All right, so what I put on the right page is going to dictate the left. So let's look at the paper pad. I am looking for a paper like this that has some kind of sentiment on it. Now, this is not, this would be kind of funny, but this is not going to go on my list because my list is things I learned in 2021. Never forget how amazing you are. Although I'm not saying it could fit for me, I'm saying it could fit for you, but I am not going to put on my list of things I want to, things I learned in 2021 is never forget how amazing you are. Although it's not, I mean, it's not a bad thing, but yeah, I won't use that. But I am looking for a sentiment. One of the 6x8 papers that has a sentiment on it. Remember, these are repeats, so you have 2 each of 12 different designs. That's why we saw that again. You are the author of your life. That is very true, right? It doesn't have to necessarily mean something that I really learned. That's just kind of a fact, right? You're the author of your life. You are in charge of you. You are enough. Well, that's another one. Every day is a gift. And that's a good one, right? Every day is a gift. So maybe, let's see, if I use this on this side, like this, obviously what I have to do is it's too wide, so I will narrow, and that could go right there. So if I use that there, I love this black polka dot. This black polka dot could be the base of my list over here, and I like that. So I think we'll go with that. And then I'll pull in a whole bunch more color here real quick. So let's go ahead and start with the right side. My inserts are standard wide, which means they are, oh, why am I getting that big one? Standard wide, which means they are 8 1/4 inches tall by 5 inches wide. I always use 6 by 8 paper pads for my traveler's notebooks because they're 6 by 8, which means they're almost already sized for exactly what I need, right? But in this case, when I am taking a piece of paper and I'm going to mat it on the page of my insert, I like there to be a little bit white border all the way around. And there is already kind of by default because this is 8 and this is 8.25. So my height already has a little bit of white border, which means I need my width to also have a little bit of white border. So if this is 5 and I want the same white border on the left and right as I do the top and bottom, that means I need to make this be 4.75 inches wide. Karen, I need your help. So what that means is I need to trim this a little bit at a time. If this is 6 and I need it to be 4.75, I know I can trim a 1/2 inch off of each side, and that would take it from 6 to 5, right? So there's a 1/2 inch, and there's a 1/2 inch, and then I just need one more 1/8 of an inch. Wait, yeah, 1/2 inch. What did I do? I already did something wrong. Okay, hold on. So now I'm not quite at 5 yet, so I didn't do enough on this side. What did I do? Okay, there we go. I think I just did 1/4 of an inch and not a 1/2 of an inch. All right, so now I have 5, right? Or no? Yep, not even 5. What? Okay, hang on. Wow, Lil. Okay. So there, I think I'm about 5, right? I'm 5. So if I need this to be 4.75, I'll do 2 1/8, right? That's 1/4. Let's do that, right? I think that's it. This is where you have to be careful because then sometimes you get it so skinny. You're like, oh no, I went too far. I think we're good. Clearly I did way more than I needed to there. But what's good here, well, I did way more cuts is what I mean. So there we go. Yes, 1.25. Oh no, I know that. It's just then how each side, you know. All right, so look at, though, that's like washi, right? Faux washi. I could use that as washi if I wanted on there or for something else. All right, so this will go here. Oh yes, it's perfect. I need to round the outside corners. This is kind of a go-to. I know some of you are scrapbookers. I know some of you are not scrapbookers, but I know some of you have the same thing in common, whether you're a scrapbooker or not a scrapbooker. You like to have a double page list. A lot of scrapbookers like to have double page spreads in their albums. So when they open up an album, they want to have the left side and the right side all be the same. And I know sometimes when you're making lists, you want the left side and the right side to look like they go together. You want a 2-page list instead of a 1-page list. So sometimes you do have lists that are 2 pages like that. That's a 2-page list, so it's all good. In this case, this really wasn't a 2-page list. This was a 1-page list. Well, really 2 1-page lists. But by using similar product from the same collection and using the same font for my title, then they kind of look like they go together, even though they're two separate lists. In this case, this is going to be a one-page list, but for those of us or those of you that don't like single-page lists, this is a way that you can kind of make them into 2 pages. My list is going to be over here, but I just find something coordinated to stick over there. All right, so this guy can go down because I'm really not going to do much else to this. Oh, now I remember. So I remember seeing someone say that they liked that sound, liked the sound of the tape runner. I like the sound of the tape runner when it's brand new because then it's just so smooth. Well, it's probably more the feel that I like than the sound, but. And of course, we have to come in and outline. And because what kind of layout list do we have without an outline? And we'll even outline right here. All right. So then over here, this will start out our list over here. And we also need this one to be 4 3/4. I do not need Karen's help here because I don't have to make sure that I keep something even in the center, right? I can just chop it off and go around these 2 corners. Jessica asked, have you ever done my favorite sounds? You know what, Jessica, I think we have, but I think it's a long time ago. I think we have done a my favorite sounds because I think things on my list, a baby. Oh yes, I know we have. Oh, now Amazon's here. The baby laughing, the sound of, oh, okay. I do not want to, I was just getting ready to put adhesive on. I don't want to do that quite yet. Baby laughing, sound of, oh, like a cat purring, the waves. But yeah, I love that. Okay. Yes, and we've also done favorite smells too. So here's a quick thing, you guys. If you didn't know, I have on my blog, and I now include links on every week when I do my blog post about our list topics that week. At the bottom of that blog post, I always do links to now 2 PDFs that you can download. One is our list of lists from all of 2020, and now the second one is our list of lists from all of 2021. As we start a new year, I typically will put out a new one after a quarter. So in April, I'll put out an updated list for our, well, not an updated. In April, I will put out a PDF of our 2022 list topics, January through March. Guess what I just saw? Look what I forgot to take. I'm going to take those really quick, my supplements, okay? I just saw them off to the side. The sound of the delivery trucks, right? I know. Crazy Poppins. Yep, I printed that list earlier. Haven't gone through it yet, but I already know I need more TNs. Okay, and that was also a hydration break. Okay, so what I'm doing here, and I won't do any more on this side for a bit. What I'm doing here, I have pulled out a bunch of the die cuts from Simple Vintage Cottage Fields. This collection, a bunch of die cuts. So they are all in, well, they're not all in there. There's a bunch of them in there. What I am going to do, oh, like, look at that. Isn't that stunning? That, I just love that so much. Let me look at my list. How many things do I have on there? What I was thinking, I would really like to have this be, I don't know, maybe this will end up being a run-on list instead of like a bulleted list. When I say run-on list, a list like this where I just write a bunch of things all together, because I would really like for this to be here. And actually, I'd get myself a little bit more room if I bleed that off the edge like that. Because then, if I do that, then I could use this here. And that, the color, look at what the color will do on here. That just pop. And then I'll do white right here for my list. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. Okay. So let's go back to all of our die cuts where I started in the first place. So there's all kinds of die cuts in this collection. There are 2 different packages. One is the regular Simple Stories calls them bits and pieces. So there's a bits and pieces pack. And that looks like that. So lots of die cuts. Then this is the floral bits. So these are all big, small, different scale flowers and butterflies. So what I'm going to do over here is I am going to start adhering, and I don't know if this is what's going to go here yet, so just bear with me. I'm going to start adhering or laying out a whole bunch of die cuts along here. So I want some to hang off the edge. Ooh, that's fun. That's a really big one. Actually, I think this is kind of top heavy. So if I switch these things, we did this up here, and if this was at the bottom maybe, and then we could do something like, oh, that's really big. So I need a different scale. This could go here, but then, oh, maybe this guy just comes over here. So there's lots of die cuts. Basically what I'm doing is I am just making this page that will float between the 2 pages of my list. All right, so we know we still want this over here. Let's see what else we have that could, ooh, this is a pretty white one. There's lots of pretty white ones. No, that doesn't work. That's a big guy, probably too big. I like this green down here. I kind of like that green there. But the only thing about the green is the nut green. This is going to be over here too. So I probably don't want kind of the flower, both the flowers like that there. So maybe that one has to go. This could go. If that bird is there. No, I don't really like that there. Now we're just playing, right? We just have to play. Oh yeah, that doesn't work either because the same flowers would be right next to each other. This could work. That could work, but I really like this green in there. So maybe we'll just have this go on the top again. And maybe now it's not so top heavy because this is okay on the bottom. It's all about just getting things out and then trying, right? Test it out, see what you like, see what works, see what doesn't work, and then figure out what it is and then adhere it. Kerri, this is fun. Kerri, you were in my brain. Because one of our lists for next week is 2021 by the numbers. 2021 by the numbers. We did that one. That's another great one to do at the end of a year. And that was another one we did at the end of 2020. I have a heck of a time with the years now, right? And I think part of it is because of the pandemic that everything's kind of blended together. So we're like, oh, I don't even know what day it is. Where are we? What year is it? And it also is because we're start of a new year. But where my brain struggles between like 2019, 2020, you know what it is. My brain struggles with 2020 because 2020 was a long year, right? It was a long year. And we had part of the pandemic in 2020, but for the first couple months, we had no pandemic in 2020. So it's a little confusing for my brain. Okay, that's way too big. But if we wanted a little bird, there's a little bird right here. It's probably looking like a little bit of a hot mess right now, but that's okay. We move these things over a tad. That can't move over anymore. This could be layered over, like layered right there. And we need something to go in right there, and then we'll just call it good and move on. I don't want another butterfly because then that's 2 butterflies right next to each other. Although that butterfly could go there if we wanted. I need something to go right in here. Yeah, that wants to go, but it just is not going to fit. Because it really needs to go like this. but it doesn't want to go that way. It doesn't go that direction. If this goes there, then I'd need a different color butterfly to go here. Yeah, this guy can't, that little stem can't just be floating in the wind. All right, we're almost there. We are almost there. Oh, I know what we can do. Let's just put this, oh, maybe. Yeah, let's do that. That'll be good. All right, Mariana, this is Simple Vintage Cottage Fields. Now that I have everything here, I need to get in my tape runner. Now we're kind of, I have to be very careful about how I do this because things are layered. So I'll hold on and then adhere and then lift a little bit underneath. So I kind of want all those to stay roughly where they are, right? After it took me 8 hours to get them where I wanted them. There. Oh, we're pretty good. And here. All right. Then I need to go back in and probably add just a little bit more to make sure some of those pieces stay down. This guy was up here. Yeah, we'll put that one up there. Like so. I try not to have too many things go off the top because I don't like things sticking out the top, but that one needs to go a little bit of an angle. All right, so then something just a little bit down here. So let's see if we do, oh, I know. I'm gonna put hello right there because this, I don't know, that little memories thing isn't really working for me. So we'll just take this hello and that will solve a couple problems. It's solving that blank space that I have right there. And then it's also going to cover that up for me. Like so. All right. So there we go. We have our little half page now, or third page, whatever you want to call that. It is like a fancy collage. So the back side though, I have nothing on the back side. And today I won't spend any time on the back side, but here are a couple of ideas. I'd probably take some more die cuts and put them on the back side. And I probably wouldn't like cover up the whole thing because that's just a lot more die cuts. So I could do that, just add a couple of things. Or the other thing that I could do is I could take another piece of coordinating pattern paper. Let's just pretend that's not wide enough, but I could just do something like that, just so I gave it a little bit more pattern. Or I could just cut a whole part of a paper down. Like maybe we were like, let's do that one. And then that could just go right there and it would back just that piece. It wouldn't back all those things, but it would back that piece. But I won't take the time to do that today because that'll take a little bit to figure that out on what I want to do. So this now is going here. We know that. I need to go ahead and get some white cardstock out. So let's get white cardstock. The reason I need, and my back is turned towards you, that's why I sound kind of muffled. The reason I need white cardstock is because, oh, that's photo paper. Why is that in there? Okay. Reason I need white cardstock is I can't make my list directly on there. We wouldn't be able to read it. Yes, washi, you could do washi too. All kinds of things that you could do, even something like this. So this is the benefit of working with like a 6x8 pad because you have everything that coordinates, right? So that could go right there and that would be really pretty. It'd be fine to go right there. And it would just kind of do a continuation of what we already have here, the same color. In fact, let's just do that. Well, there's lots of patterns that you could do, but I like that. Let's do that. So this is about, gosh, if I made this 2 1/4 by, so 2 1/4, if I made it 2 1/4 by 8. Perfect, because it's already 8. So let's come back in here. 2 1/4, that will give me a little bit of that white pattern. Not white pattern, excuse me, of the white background, right? So it's very similar to what we have here with the white background. Now, on this, I need to make sure that I get in very tight to this one edge. In fact, no, I won't do that. I want to get in super tight, super close to that one edge without going over. It's like, I always say that, it's like The Price is Right. Whoever's closest to the actual retail value of the skidoo, I don't know, whatever it is, without going over, is the winner of the showdown, whatever that is. Remind me of being a little kid, of being sick as a little kid and watching The Price is Right. There we go. Anyhow, I needed to get really close. Well, in both cases, I got really close to the edge, but I want to get really close to the edge because we saw this a little bit earlier. As we get deeper and deeper in our insert, you have all of these past pages, which are creating this kind of hill. And I want this to kind of stick a little bit down the hill. So I'm actually going to rotate this so I can see better. All right, and then I just press down right there so that paper isn't like, the edge of that paper isn't lifting up. All right, there we go. So this I'd probably still do a little bit more something too, just because of it's kind of plain, but there we go. All right, so now on this side, back to this side for a minute. We have, we need to make the base of our list. And I will use white for my list, and things I learned. I haven't really thought about a title yet for this. I mean, how I'm going to do the title. So this will be my list. There's a lot of pattern. There's a lot of color. This is going here. So I think I want this to be pretty simple, and then I'll do a little bit something else up there, but I think I want it to be pretty simple. So I needed to figure all that out before I cut my paper. Usually at this point, instead of measuring, yeah, I just kind of go and eyeball it with my pencil. So about there, and then it usually always ends up being the same thing. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the measurement I usually do after we figure it out. 8.5 by 11 cardstock. This I have listed linked in the description of the video. Yep, this is usually 3.75. And it's just a tad off of 3.75 or 3 3/4. And then I don't remember how 7. I think they're usually 3 3/4 by 7 when I do them. That's what I always eyeball, and I think it's always about the same thing. So that will go right there, and that gives me a nice bit of that black still around the outside. White cardstock. Yes, I use 8.5 by 11 because 8.5 is similar to the 8, right? So I don't end up with a lot of extra. And then 11, I can get 2 bases out of one. Oopsie. I can get 2 bases out of one piece of white cardstock for my lists. That's why I use 8.5 by 11. All right, there we go. Wanda, I love that. Wanda said, I think I would write a poem on that half page. Yes. So what I'm curious about, Wanda, would you write a poem? Like, are you a poet? Do you write poems, or would you find a poem or a quote and then write it on there? Because either one is awesome. I'm just curious. All these things I learned about you guys. I think it's Colleen. Is it Colleen? Is it Colleen that went to like all these amazing concerts when she was younger, like Elvis? Like she saw Elvis in concert, and I don't remember if that's Colleen or not. That was one of the lists that we did, concerts. Jermaine, the die cuts that I'm using. This collection I'm using is Simple Stories, and it's called Simple Vintage Cottage Fields, and it's linked in the description of the video. All right, I love that black and white polka dot. I know, black and white polka dot always reminds me of Heidi Swap. Wanda, you are a poet. I love that. You write poems. I love that. That's so awesome. Elise. Hi, Elise. Oh my gosh, Elise. Elise. We go back so many years. Wow. Elise said, OMG, I was just saying that when I was sick as a kid, I'd watch The Price is Right. And then when the soap operas came on, it was time to take a nap. Oh gosh. Okay. All right. So here we go. Let's now get, where did my flowers go? Those were an integral part. There we go. All right. Integral part of this spread. So this will do like this, and then, and that black and white, anytime like with that teal and the yellow and the pink, oh my gosh, that black and white just pulls out all those colors so much, doesn't it? All right, so let's go ahead and add this guy. Bleeding off the page. I like to have things bleed off the page. And then when they bleed, I put a Band-Aid on. No, when they bleed, I cut them off. Then they'll need a Band-Aid. I cut them off because I don't like things hanging out the edge. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. If you like things hanging off the edge, then you do you and you have them hang off the edge. Me, it just bugs me to have things like hanging out the side. So I will cut it off. But so let's see. I'm actually going to cut off part of the stem as well. And actually that gives me a little bit more room. So if I cut off part of the stem, then it's not like it's just like growing from nowhere. It's growing from the bottom of the page. There we go. And I'm having so much fun today, you guys. This is like I always do when we do these, but some days for me are harder than others. I don't know why. Some days I just struggle. And it's like, I'm stuck. I'm not being creative. It's not working. I'm not doing what I want. But today is just, and I just have fun. And so I'm so appreciative that we do these things together. Now look at that. Sometimes you have enough left over. If you have cut or bled, if you bled, we can do that. So that might be kind of fun to do that there, right? And then we have this. So, well, yeah, it's okay. I mean, there's another flower right there. So if it's not too stuck down right now, if it's not too struck down, gentle, gentle, gentle. Okay, it's okay. I think I'm going to have it come down a little bit further so it's not really butting up with that green flower that's right there. Oh yes, there we go. There we go. That will be lovely. And then we did our visual triangle. By that. There's our little visual triangle. So it kind of all pulls in together. Okay, we're done with die cuts now. Now we need to do our title. Things I learned in 2021. I know one more thing I need to do. This is just going to bug me. So I just have to do this. It just is very stark. If that stark white is bothering you, well, not on mine, but if you did something like that, the stark white is bothering you, you could take out a blending tool, like an ink blender, an ink blending tool. And you could, let's see, I'll show you what I mean. So it wouldn't be, well, actually, it's probably not too far off, but this is just one that I had with all my ink. This is a domed blending tool as opposed to the tool is the tool. The foam, this is a domed foam as opposed to a non-domed foam. See the difference? The edges here, there really are no edges. This has pretty stark edges, and when you're blending, you can get some pretty stark edges. A domed one, what a domed one would let me do, and I won't do this, I'll do this in my handy dandy notebook. But what I could do is I could come in. Now, ideally, if I wanted to do this, I probably would have done it to this whole page before I started doing that, because now to try to get in there, I would end up with my ink all over that as well. But if I I can just kind of do that and blend. There's still ink on there, obviously, but that would be an easy way to apply color to that page. And the more I do that, the less ink is depositing on my page because I'm starting to, use more of it. So I could get a really subtle, oh my gosh, look how cool that is though. Do you see what happened right there? I had stamped those heart stamps before and they were in that kind of really light pink. But by doing that, that made those stand out a lot. And then I had some less some lighter, because I stamped a couple times, so there was less ink on the stamp. Look at the lighter, but that just totally changed that whole look. So we're just, that is though, what I was saying is that's how, if I didn't want that to be white, I would have started out by blending that, I'm doing my ink blending on the page before I added my die cuts. Okay, inking is fun, inking and stamping. But it's all about playing, right? It's all about playing. All right, so now we need our title. Our title. Leslie, you're awesome, my friend. I go way back with Leslie too. You know, probably Elise. I don't know which of you, but and I don't even know if you guys know each other. I go Elise back to my scenic route days. I don't know, Leslie, if I knew you way back then. All right, what am I looking for? Oh, alpha stickers. Okay. Alpha stickers. I know I want black. And I think I want, no surprise, these guys, My Type. So the My Type is a very classic font, right? And these, I have tons of alpha stickers on my website, including these, and these in a bunch of different colors. But My Type, this is a Doodlebug sticker. And My Type, that's what they call this font, but kind of looks like typewriter font, right? So super classic serif font. So these are the serifs. Serifs are these little guys, those little things that come out of the letters, as opposed to sans serif. And that's what I called this one before. This is a sans serif font. So it's sans serif. So it's without the serif. So serif, sans serif, serif. And I like this font for this because there's a lot going on. I mean, this is really frou-frou-y and beautiful and floral, and this has a script. So I think using that font right there would just kind of balance things a bit. So that is what I will use. The title of this list is Things I Learned in 2021. So if I continue with the way that I've done these other lists, this is trends, things I'd like to forget. So I think what I need to do for my list is things I learned, and then not say in 2021. I'll have to, you know, it'll be, I think we'll just, that will be a given. Oh, Debbie, I love that. Okay, hold on. Debbie said, it is all about playing. Play, P-L-A-Y, is my word of the year, as I'll be retired in 2 weeks. Debbie, oh my goodness, that is so exciting. That is so exciting. I love that for you. That is amazing. And oh my gosh, I bet you, the perfect word for you, play, right? Play. Good for you. All right. So my title, things I learned. So I think things I learned. This will probably be a 2 line, things I learned, and they will go together. I just want to look at something in my handy dandy notebook. So let's just look at this. So if we had things I and then Learned. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So I was wondering if I would have, like, if they would line up, and I can make them line up with the spacing in there, because I'd like them to kind of be stacked. And then I'll probably put something like right there next to it. And I want to think about that right there next to it, because that will tell me kind of where I need to start my title. Although I probably need to do my title first, and then if there's room, put something right next to it, because that's safer. All right, so when I work with letter stickers, alpha stickers, I use my little handy dandy ruler, my metal ruler, and those are linked. I have those on my website. When I talk about tools, there are certain tools that you see me use every single time when I list. One are those reverse grip tweezers, and you'll see me use those right now. Basics, obviously, scissors. But where did, oh no, it's the reverse grip tweezers. That's what I'm looking for. So I use my metal ruler for a couple of things. Number one is to put my stickers on for the title so they are straight. And if I put them on straight here, then I can apply them straight here. And I will show you how I do that in a minute. And everything in my title is going to be lowercase. You can do uppercase to start your letter, to start your word. You can do lowercase, uppercase, then lowercase. You can do all lowercase. You can do mixed case, up to you. But I am going to do all lowercase. So things. Oh, Jessica, that's a good one. Jessica's doing a word of the year and hers is nourish. I like it. You usually have a different word every 3 months. So we'll see how this goes, right? Nourish is a good one. Because you know what? Nourish could, and play, same thing. Nourish could have a lot of different meanings, right? You could nourish in terms of food. You could nourish in terms of like nourishing your creativity or, you know, whatever. It could apply to a lot of different things. All right. Things I learned. Those of you that are doing a word of the year, documenting that in your traveler's notebook or documenting that in a traveler's notebook is a great place to do it because, and everybody does it different. Some people get really into documenting their word and how they're following along and what it means to them and all different kinds of things like that. So a traveler's notebook is a good place for that. Oh, Wanda's word is believe. Love it. And that can be all different kinds of things too, right? Believe in, believe could have a faith component. Believe could have a component about believe in yourself. It could believe in humanity. It could have a lot of different meanings, right? Carolyn's practice, nourishing myself with the different practices I love. Yoga, health, creative time, so much to apply it to. Yes, I love it. I love it. And that's the thing about if you select a word, things. If you select a word, it's what it means to you, right? It is what it means to you. And not everybody does. I've tried, I'm not very good at it, meaning I don't really stick with it. Like I have the best of intentions, like, I don't know, for the last 28 years of my life. No, I'm just kidding. For the last several years of my life, my word has been balance and I'm not good at it at all. It's horrible. I work all the time and I would like to have a more balanced life. And you know what? It's all me, right? It's all my own control. If I own my own business, I can decide what I want to do. I'm the boss of me, right? All right, I think, yeah, okay. But balance is hard for me. And it's always, even when I've had other jobs in my career, balance has always been a hard one for me. I make a really good employee because if you have an employee that likes to work and works a lot, then anyhow. Focus. I saw Valerie said focus. Yes, focus has been mine. Focus worked really well for me. Yeah. Anyhow. So here we go. Things I learned. So I think if we do this right here, this is the other reason why I use a ruler. So you can see how I have that title on my ruler and I can move that all over. So maybe I decided, things I learned. What if, actually maybe we do this. I bet in the die cuts, I have another small flower. If I wanted to have another, there we go. I could do like that right there if I wanted, right? So then I have a couple flowers. Or I could do a butterfly. I know some of you think of that as the flying bug. I could do butterfly or I could do a different color. Ooh. Let's see what that would look like. If this is here, I don't know, that's a lot. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. I am going back to my glue pen. That's another one. I use glue pen all the time. If you're working with little die cuts, a glue pen is, it's so much easier to adhere than trying to get your tape runner in there. This is another time when your little tweezers come in handy. So if this goes right here, now the only thing is, probably should have made sure that I had room for this first. All right. This needs to move a little bit. I'm not sticking it all the way down yet. I could still be centered. I'd still be okay. All right, let's just do that. And we're bleeding off the edge. So let's cut this off. Some pink. Okay, so Celia. said, I think you need some pink on that side. So it's not too late. It is not too late if we decided we wanted pink. So there's a couple pinks. Let's see. Let's see. Let's put this back here. I could still lift that up if I wanted. So if this went here, if I couldn't lift it up, it'd be okay because I could just stick it right over. Yeah, let's do that. I think Celia's right. Celia is dead on. All right, so that's probably just a goner because it's not worth trying to save. Okay, let's do this guy. Back to our glue. Dogs and butterflies. Dogs and butterflies. Are we talking about what? Oh, no, I don't think so. There are things that you see in a lot of scrapbook collections or a lot of paper crafting selections. Butterflies is one of them. Oh, yeah, butterflies is one of them. I was a little bit more over before. I can tell because I can see the glue. All right. Oh, Wanda, I love it. My word last year was be. Be happy, be strong, be faithful, be nice, be good. It was a great word, right? And that talk about, and you know what? Just be, right? Just do it. It's like Yoda. Do or do not. There is no try, right? So be. I like it. All right. Oh, yes. There we go. Celia's brilliant. It needed some color. I agree. Because we already had some yellow pops. We needed the pink to tie it all together. All righty. So now let's go back to our title. Things I learned. And really, we could still be, I think we'll go a little bit right justified. All right. So we'll move this here. We'll put that right there. So using a ruler, now that lets me not only line up all of my letters so they're straight, but also I can figure out where I want those to go before I have to commit. So I think right there is good. Now, these are cardstock stickers as opposed to paper. Well, still they're paper, but when I say cardstock, these are thicker stickers and they are pretty thin, right? So sometimes a few of these will pop off when we do this. Paper stickers, this works a lot easier. So I gently lift. Oh, there we go. All right, so now everything is straight-ish, except for that one. Everything is straight-ish and lined up where I want it to go. That is probably well, not the biggest thing that I use a ruler for, because you've seen me use a little ruler a lot of times today. But that is a thing I do every time with my alpha stickers when I'm spelling something for a title or a word. Now we need to come in with those little dots on our eye. Dot. And Kim said she likes her glue pen, but you love the glue stick. Oh yeah, I have glue sticks on my website too. I generally use glue sticks when I'm working in a snap album or one of the Simple Stories, one of the 6x8 albums that has kind of that craft colored cover. That's what I use to adhere the paper to that. All right, things I learned. But yeah, a glue stick would absolutely work on one of your die cuts as well. Cheryl. Cheryl said, butterflies are loved ones we have lost. I use the butterfly to represent my late son. I'm sorry, Cheryl, but what a lovely thought, right? What a lovely thought with the butterflies. And that's special because, you know, when you see a butterfly flying around and then there you go, right? That's him. In your eyes, that is him. It reminds you of him, and that is wonderful. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry is not the right word. All right. So we'll keep going. I am now things I learned. Things I learned. And this is things I learned in 2021. Things I learned, right? We learned all kinds of things. I would say I didn't learn as much in 2021 as I was thinking about it as I did in 2020. I don't know. I think a lot of us learned some things in 2020. Probably some things we didn't want to learn. Probably some things that we didn't want to learn. I think one of my favorite lists that we did at the tail end of last year. We did a COVID bud. I try not to say that word. It's better to say pandemic. Anyhow, that doesn't matter. That word, buzzwords. So basically, it was a list of, and it was a long list, a list of all of the words that were associated with the pandemic, which words that we'd never even heard of before, like social distancing. Before then, it was like, what? What? No, if somebody said social distancing before the pandemic, we'd be like, what does that even mean? All kinds. Yes. So that was kind of a fun list to do. That's in my COVID travelers. Yeah, I said it again. In my COVID traveler's notebook. Yes. All right. Hi, Diane. We're still going. We are still here. Oh, goodness. It's 2:00. Wow. We're 4 hours into this thing, friends. All right. So now look at what I can do. I can take advantage of the space between. Who sings that song? Now it's in my head. The space between. Okay, sorry. It's gonna bug me. Maybe Dave Matthews Band? Maybe. Anyhow. Okay. So I'm using the space between the S and the I for things I learned, and at the beginning of things to tuck in the top of the D and the top of the L, because otherwise there is a bunch of trapped white space in there, and that would bug the heck out of me. So all that blank white space would just bother me. Nothing wrong with it. It just, for me, I don't like it. So if I can move that over a little bit, then those little tall parts of the letter will sneak right in those spaces, and then it's a little bit tighter. So that is what I'm going to do. That I know that L is going to probably want to pop right off. All right. We gently lift out and then hold. Oh, there we go. Okay. Things I learned. So I think what I will do, let me just get that a little bit straighter. I think what I will do right here is, maybe I'll just write 2021 right up there. 2021, things I learned. Okay, so then it's not, really, we've been doing lists about 2021, but it's probably not a bad idea to do that, because if you were looking at the list, you might be like, really? That's all you've learned? No, it's just what I learned in 2021 that I could remember to put on my list. We'll add another little, I just like to add a little period at the end, even though it's not a complete sentence. Although, things I learned, yes, that is a complete sentence. I is the verb. No, I learned. No, I is the subject. Learned is the verb. Wow. It's been a while since I diagrammed a sentence when I was in elementary school, clearly. All right, things I learned. Now, I think what I need to do, I think I need to just draw a line. Oh, where? All right, I don't know where they are, so I won't dig for them. But I have some stickers that are clear, but they're black, and they are, I think they're called stitches. And they are from Pretty Little Studio. That could kind of be fun there, but I don't know where they are right now, so I won't do that. I spent enough time today looking for let's see if we like this, looking for the tattered rose ink pad that I never did find. All right, pencil. So let's just see, because I think, no, do we want that to go all the way over there or there? Oh yeah, I like that. When in doubt, pencil first, because you can always change your mind, right? But once you use it in pen, too late. Well, not entirely, but pretty much too late. All right, things I learned, 2021. All righty, now, one other thing I think I might need to do is, I think we might need something down here. What could work? What could work? Maybe. All right, I think this measure tape, or not measure tape, classic ruler. What do I call them? Kim just asked if those stitches are back in stock, those clear stickers. They are not. They are on the way. So they will be back with Martin Luther King Day and things not traveling that day. They'll probably be back in Thursday, I want to say. So best bet, if you haven't already, go in and click on that button that says email me when available or notify me when available, whatever it says. And then it will email you. My website will automatically email you as soon as they come back in. So I'm thinking this could work really well along here, maybe, because we have that is kind of the same color, right? So what we don't know is, I'd have to lift this up a little bit. So it won't really be there like that. So don't worry. but it just needs some little bit more color down there, right? Needs a little bit more color. And so I think we will go, yeah, I like that. So let's do that. Let's cut this off. This is one of those, a lot of times with our list topics, and really all the lists that we've done today, sometimes we have list topics like this, things I learned. This is a great like conversation starter. Like if you're with friends, and this is a great around the dinner table conversation with your family, you know, just, and nobody has to be making like a list. Let's see if I can get this to work without mangling too much. This list, not this list, this topic, things I learned. This would be just a great one to have a conversation with kids or friends or spouse or partner, whatever it is. What'd you learn? What's something you learned? Nick and I, because a lot of times, either on a Friday night or a Saturday morning, we're talking, and he's like, what list do you have for this week? We'll be talking about just, you know, what lists are planned. And then we'll start talking about things like this, like, what did you learn? And sometimes it's super helpful because he gives me ideas or things that I hadn't really thought of, but it's also a nice kind of conversation just to, you know, talk. All right, so now what I need is, I would like to, where's my little stamp? The little one. Here we go. All right, so I think I'm going to use the little bullets again from, oh, actually, no, I know what I will use. I haven't used this in a long time. Long time. This is the dot marker. Now, what I've just noticed, a couple, okay, did that come from this? Did you guys see that? This could be like horrible. This could have been disaster. Well, disaster in crafting terms, right? So bear with me while I find the lights. I bet that came from that. All right, time out. Oh, I know what it came from. Goodness, Lael. Okay, so normally if I wasn't doing this live, I'd be taking the time, hopefully, to clean things up in between. That's where it came from. Somehow I got ink on that, and it did not get cleaned up. Wow, I got it everywhere. So now I have it all over my fingers. See, baby wipes, I tell ya. Well, I could always run into the, I mean, not while we're live, run into the bathroom, but, and wash my hands if I was just with me. Gosh, it's everywhere, isn't it? It is everywhere. Okay, there we go. All righty. Okay, so now, before I get too much further on down the line, I need to come back in with my glue pen because I had de-stickified that. Well, I had pulled it off so it wasn't sticky anymore. So let's go ahead and stick that down again. All right. Let's see. Cindy, yes, the EK powder tool. I know, I saw them on my website. I just couldn't remember what the stinking name of the thing was. Yes, baby powder works too. Cornstarch will work also. So Linda, I like this. Linda said, I asked my DH is kind of short for darling husband, highlights from last year, and his were totally different than mine, but I chose a few from him because they were so good. Yes, perfect. All right, so all of that to say, what I was grabbing out, and I haven't used this in forever and a day, or these I should say, although right now I'm just going to use the black because I have colored ones too. This is called a dot marker. It is also a mess. This is called a dot marker. So it is, remember how we looked at this and this was domed? Well, this is domed. It's kind of like a mini version of a, like a bingo blotter thing, right? So if I go like that, it makes a little dot. If I press harder, it makes a bigger dot. So I can vary the size of my little dots or my bullets depending on how much pressure I apply. So it's an easy way to do a bullet. So I think that is what I will do over here. But I only do one at a time because I don't know how many things are on my, I mean, I know how many things on my list. I just don't know how long it will take me to write it, like how much space I need. All right, back to the handy dandy workbook and my list that I had done ahead of time. So let's see. I have lots of things on here. Things I learned. Well, here's one. How to wear a mask for long periods of time. So for me, that didn't come into play until 2021, even though we were wearing masks in 2020. I didn't start doing any traveling until 2021. So that's where I had to learn how to wear a mask for a long period of time. And it's not like I figured out a trick. It's just something we had to learn, right? Or how to get used to it. Or, you know, it's just now, unfortunately, because of the circumstances, it's kind of second nature, but definitely took something to get used to, especially if you're on an airplane and having to wear it for a really long time. So things I learned: how to wear a mask for a long period of time. This is a big one for me. My body needs a lot more water than I realized. A lot. Different people subscribe to different things, but sometimes, and this is just what happens with your dot marker, you get a little bit bigger or it gets a little bit off to the side. Yes, I drink a gallon of water a day. And they say your body needs that much and your body gets used to it. And when you don't have, for me, when I don't have a gallon of water a day, and it's not at once, it's all spread out through the day, obviously, I notice it. My lips get dry. I mean, it's crazy. So I might be drinking, I don't know, let's say 72 ounces of water a day. And I will notice, like, my lips will get dry and my skin gets dry, even drier than it already is. So I've learned that my body needs a lot more water than I realized, because I used to never drink any water. Another one, let's see. Okay, I need to figure out how to word this. I'm going to call it that. This has to do with the RV that we have, that we did not have prior to 2021. So how to, and I want to call it like RV life because we don't live in it. It's strictly for us for traveling to different places and adventures. But so how about this? Ins and outs of an RV. And we're just learning, just learning. So ins and outs of an RV. How about that? Next up, I have the really things kind of health related that on my list. Next one, I'm not addicted to sugar and carbohydrates. What a shocker. Because I thought I was. I processed carbs, not like all carbs, but I don't eat those things 98% of the time now. And I thought I was addicted. And I'm not, because now I don't have them. And yes, me too. Thank you, Gina Livy. Yes, Joe. Yes. Oh, Debbie, I just saw this. How to navigate O'Hare Airport alone. How to navigate any airport, right? But yes, O'Hare is crazy. Lots of them are crazy. Cindy, I learned a TN can be a memory keeper and planner. I love that. Yes, TN, Traveler's Notebook. Oh, Cheryl. Oh, wow. Cheryl said I had to have my entire colon removed last year. Oh my goodness. I have to drink more water than a normal person. The colon stores 2 liters of water. Holy moly. Wow, I had no idea. That is crazy. Donna, I learned what an armorer is. An armorer. I don't know what an armorer is. You'll have to tell us, Donna. I don't know what an armorer is. So Cheryl, how much do you have to drink? I'm just curious. And Cheryl, are you Canadian? I'm thinking because of the 2, you say liters, right? I'm just curious. All right. So not addicted to sugar. This is going to be, well, kind of definitely not health related, but, I can drink red wine again. Hooray! Without the headaches. All has to do with the food I eat. I love red wine. Love, 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 love. Oh yes, armorer. Thank you. Duh, I know that. Donna, right. I think a lot of us learned what an armorer is. The person that's in charge of the armory, the guns and things like that on a movie set. Well, they may be in other places, but yeah, I know that was awful, awful, awful tragedy. Cindy, look at that. Cindy said sugar causes my feet and ankles to swell. I thought it was salt. Very interesting, right? Very interesting. For me, for a long time, I couldn't drink red wine because I'd have even a half a glass and I'd get horrible headache. Like I didn't drink enough to have a hangover. It wasn't that. It's just horrible headache, the tannins. And I always thought, well, you know what? I just can't have red wine anymore. Well, no, has to do with all the other stuff I'm putting in my body. So I clear up what I'm putting in my body, then I can have the red wine, which I like. Next up is, the next 2 things are a little bit related. How to navigate the VA system. In the U.S., that's our Veterans Administration. So I am not a veteran. My father is. And so I've learned this year how to, there's a lot to navigate. And I just have barely dipped my toe in the water. But I know a lot more than I did in 2020 on how to navigate the VA system. And the last one, things I learned. And I have by no means mastered this because we are in the extremely early stages. Thank goodness. Extremely early stages, but I am learning, ing, meaning it's still going on, learning, things I learned, caring for a parent with Alzheimer's. And that is my dad. And it's very early stages, but there's a lot to learn there. So that will be a continual learning process. All right, so there we have our list. Let's go ahead and get that ready to adhere. Again, I need to make sure that along this edge, I get my adhesive really close to the edge because I want to make sure that it doesn't lift. I don't want to have all of that lifting off there. Scrapbook Sista, I love it. Scrapbook Sista, on my list I learned I can live without coffee, but don't want to. So, yes, so a lot of things we learn we can live without. It's whether or not we have to or whether or not we want to, right? I learned I can live without sugar. It doesn't mean I'll never have sugar again. It just means that I've learned I can live without it, right? Oh, very good, Lori. I've learned I can navigate the airport without my husband leading the way. Good for you. Oh, Bernice. Oh, my goodness. Sad, but I learned how to prepare a cremation online for my 2 brother-in-laws. Oh, my goodness. So, you guys, you may have things on your list, like maybe you learned how to bake bread, or maybe you learned how to knit, or maybe you learned how to, do things like that. Your list is your list. So, Not all the things on the list have to be hard, but you may have had hard things that you had to learn how to do because that's life, right? So Bernice had to learn how to do that because those kinds of things, there's no manual that says flip to page 3812 when you need to learn how to do this, right? I mean, thank goodness with the internet, it makes some things a lot easier for us to do because we can research and learn. But in a lot of cases, it's just, there's not a manual. So we're just trying to, make our way along and figure out how to do the things. Oh, Cheryl, that's nice. Cheryl said, so sorry. We did that with my mother-in-law. She was able to stay home until she died, which there's a blessing in that, right? There is a blessing in that. All right, friends. So this list for all intents and purposes is done. Things I learned into 2021. And some of you could seriously have a whole, you could have a whole traveler's notebook full of this. Or some of you might have a list and it's one thing. And you know what? Your one thing list, it's one thing. It can still be on a list. You might have one thing and then you're just, writing about it. So maybe you have 25 things you learned and you fill up a whole traveler's notebook because you make your list and then you're elaborating or expanding on those things. Terry said, oh my gosh, Lael, Simple Stories released their new summer collection. Yes, they did. They released lots of them. Am I what? Oh, am I dating a list? Okay, Karen. So I think I will not because this is 2021 trends. This has things I'd like to forget. So this is kind of the wrapping up the 2021. You know what? I will. It's probably a good idea to do that. So what I may do over here is I could either what is that? I could either come in. Okay. I could either come in and just like write something right here or write it right down here, or I have this space right here. So maybe what I will do, let's look at the sticker book. We use the die cuts and the paper. Let's look at the sticker book because, I forgot about those. There's some things I pulled out of the sticker book already. Aha, this is what I'm looking for. So I think what I will do, I think I will take this sticker and I will stamp the date on it with a roller date stamp. Now, that's not very wide, so I need to use a small one. And I am looking at right now, friends, something like this that I will bring into my website. And this is it's just in a cute little stand, but much smaller, right? Because I still love the roller date stamp that I use on almost everything. And this is the one I've had for quite a while on my website, but it's a lot wider. So sometimes you need something that's just a little bit smaller. So let's test this one out. It is 2022. It is January. And it is the 15th. All right, so this one's a little bit different in that it has this is probably more European style, right? European style, and then it has the date, the days of the month. So it has 15 first, and then it has the month in the middle, and then the year on the end. Yes, I think that's more European style. All right, so let's grab our handy dandy notebook. So hopefully I didn't lose you guys. So somebody tell me if I'm still here. Somebody tell me, hop on and say, still here, still good. Because I don't know how that happened. I was set to do not disturb, so I don't know how Nick got through. Did I lose you guys? All right, let me type really quick. Did I lose? Oh, good. Oh my gosh. Okay. You guys, that's really weird. So if Nick calls back again, I know that I need to answer it. He probably is not expecting that I'm still on here. All right. So generally what happens is, learned the hard way that if the phone rings in the middle as I'm live, that it completely loses the connection. So I'm shocked that we didn't lose that. I thought I lost you for sure. All right. So, okay. So when we talk about stamping, and then this is it, and then we'll wrap up, guys. So we talk about stamping, and I say always test stamp first. That even relates to your date stamp. And literally anything I stamp, I always, always, always will test first, because you first of all want to make sure that you have all the right information, right? Maybe I messed up and I accidentally put the 14th. Well, that doesn't really matter, right? Whether it's the 14th or the 12th, no one really cares. Really, I want to make sure that I at least have the year correct, right? So I can also make sure that all those little things are lined up pretty correctly, although I just stamped crooked there, but that's pretty good. All right, so now what I'm going to do, let's look and see, just put the lid on this real quick so I don't get ink everywhere. Is that wide enough? Okay, it is definitely wide enough, and I'm going to do it on the black. And so now what I'll do, instead of, and this is one of those I learn, instead of, although we could do the teal down below. Let's do the teal. The teal, will bring in the teal from there. All right, so instead of taking the sticker off and putting it on here and then stamping on there, I kind of can give myself a little bit of wiggle room if I stamp on here first. And what I mean by wiggle room is if I totally mess it up and it's crooked or blurry or whatever, then I'm not committed. I could use another one. But once this is on the paper, it's a lot more committed than we are right now. So notice I cleaned my fingers again there because I noticed I had ink on them. All right, so now I'm going to do my best to get this straight. Yay, okay, good. There we go. It is the 15th of January. And if it's not, we're pretending like it is. As long as it's 2022, in the early 2022, I'm good. All right, so here we go. Let's take that. It's a lot easier for me to now stick that on instead of my fingers trying to hold that. And then that can just go right there. Okay. So now it's a little bit more of a decorative element as opposed to like an informational element, right? There we go. You'll see just a tiny bit of that peeking out from underneath, but that's our 2 1/3-ish, 2.5 page list. All right, friends, I am going to, Lynn, okay, I got to read what Lynn said. Lynn Younger said, I've been watching you for 2 days and never knew a traveler's notebook was just for everyday notes. Thank you so much for teaching me. I just started to start my journal, things I'm learning in 2022. I love it. Yes, traveler's notebook is good for so many things. One of the biggest fallacies about a traveler's notebook, okay, I'm going to flip the camera here and then we'll wrap up. One of the biggest fallacies about a traveler's notebook is that it's for travel. Can be for travel, right? But it can be for so many other things. And if you're still here after all this time and you're like, well, wait a minute, what else can I use it for? I recommend that you pop back out to my YouTube channel when we're done. There is a video that I filmed, oh my gosh, you guys, almost 2 years ago. Because that would have been what started this whole thing almost 2 years ago. March 21st of 2020 was the very first thing I did here on YouTube during the pandemic. And that first video was Intro to Traveler's Notebooks. And that takes a few minutes. It's about 1.5 hours long. The beginning talks about what a traveler's notebook is, and then the whole second half of the video is different examples. And I'm showing you examples of my traveler's notebooks and all the different things that you could use them for. And it's not even a comprehensive list. It's just ideas of things that you could use them for. So yes, they can be used for so many different things, even just your everyday notes, right? Okay. Claire, your birthday's March 21st. Happy early birthday. Yes, Lovely Plan said Bible journaling, sermon notes. I mean, really anything that you write down. Notes, recipes, memory keeping, lists, project planning, any kind of planning, like a wedding or building a new house or a bridal shower, or there's so many different things. So even if you need a refresher, that is a really good video to go back to. And you're like, I love traveler's notebooks. What else could I use them for? That's a really good one to go back to. And you'll just find that here on my YouTube channel. Okay, friends. Oh my goodness. Oh, Joe, I love it. Joe said, changed my life. I'm very passionate about traveler's notebooks. Seriously, I have been using them, oh my gosh, probably 5 or 6 years, and I love them. They're just my thing. Let's talk about a few things really quick. Facebook group. If you don't know about the Facebook group and you're on Facebook, hop over to Facebook and search for Lael by Mail. There's a page and a group. The group's a fun place to be. I will share things in there, but mostly what it is, it's you guys sharing things. So you guys sharing really funny squirrel memes. You guys then sharing your lists, and people ask questions, and it's just a good place to be. So hop on over, and it's fun. The giveaway for today. The giveaway is, if you missed it at the beginning, these were from Jackie Brennan. She had some extras and sent them to me to give away. So some color study products from Vicky's, some products, die cuts and stickers from Vicky's color study collection. And the way that you participate in the giveaways every week is I ask you to leave a comment on the video when it's over. So not in the chat. When it's over, just circle back real quick and leave a comment anytime between when it's over and next Saturday morning, because Saturday mornings before we start is when I draw a random winner, and we'll have one random winner that will win those next Saturday. Oh, the year in review Traveler's Notebook Kit. As long as the mailman comes today, he's another one that some days I want to wring his little neck. And I don't mean our everyday man. Our everyday mailman is wonderful. He is even given me his phone number, his cell phone number, because he's awesome. But anytime he's not here and somebody is pitching in for him, they sometimes don't like to pick up all the packages on my front porch. So if, assuming the mailman did his job today, then orders started shipping today on the 2022 year in review kit. If not, then that will be sad, and I will see if I can make it to the post office and load up my car, and we'll see. Anyhow, so they will be shipping between today and probably Thursday or Friday of next week. So you will receive an email with shipping confirmation and tracking number, like any of my orders, once your order ships. That class we will do the first week in February. I haven't set the exact date yet, so watch for an email probably tomorrow with the information for that, including supply list, including some things you may want to pick up before class. And I will for sure do that tomorrow in case any of you want to add something to your order. The other thing, the Winter Traveler's Notebook Kit. The Winter Traveler's Notebook Kit is now sold out. We will be doing the class for the Winter Traveler's Notebook The Winter Traveler's Notebook Kit we will be doing class for on January 26th. So those of you that purchase that, I will have an email out to you also tomorrow with the link for that. Gosh, what else, you guys? I think that's it. So we will be together again next Saturday, the 22nd of 2022. So we will be listing again Saturday, the 22nd. And stay tuned every Thursday, Friday, I won't get into that. Thursday or Friday of next week, you will receive an email if you subscribe to my emails with the topics. Or you can just go to my blog and you'll see the topics there. Those are always posted sometime on Thursday, the day before, or 2 days before. What else, guys? So Carolyn, I just have to look at the calendar. I've got to look at the calendar. I'm traveling a couple times. We probably won't do a weekend. So we'll see. I've just got to figure out when we'll do that. We'll see. I got to look at the calendar and see the 2 weekends I'm traveling in 3 weekends kind of in February. Anyhow. Okay. I know I missed a ton at the end, you guys, in terms of chat. So if you asked a question and I missed it, please don't think I'm ignoring you. It's just things get crazy and it's hard for me to pay attention to both when I'm working. If I did miss a question you had, you can either leave a comment on the video when it's over and I will be notified, not in the chat, but a comment on the video, or you can just email me. Either go to my website and click contact us, or if you know my email, because you've ordered from me, then you know my email. All right, friends, happy rest of your weekend. If you are not in the, Eastern Southern Hemisphere, like our friends from New Zealand and Australia, I was going to say enjoy the rest of your weekend, meaning the rest of Saturday and Sunday. But I guess even then, even if you are Australia, New Zealand, you still have some of your weekend left. Whatever it is, enjoy the rest of your weekend. Everybody, please stay safe, and I will see you guys next Saturday, hopefully. Bye.